Fair use. Fair use. Fair use.
I'm about to play who's this? Oh no, it ain't. Good day, y'all. This is Kinfolk, Jose Omar. This is this guy Godfrey's beat. The one that said, man, don't disrespect me, but since I've been using it, so I like the beats. So looking for another person to send me some beats, man. I'll put them on there and promote y'all beats. This guy's a funny guy. You know what I mean? He thinks shit's a motherfucking game. Like you niggas think this is a motherfucking game. You know what I mean? You come onto these pages and with this false teaching, and as soon as somebody drops something fresh on you,
Fair use.
you know what I mean? So everything we're gonna show y'all is due to
Fair use.
okay? So we got a
Fair use.
going on. Alright, even with the guy that owned this beat.
Fair use. Fair use.
We didn't ask to be paid monetary, we asked to be paid attention. Paid for that respect that is due for the information that we put out. That is
Fair use.
alright. So let's not get it twisted. We're gonna take you somewhere. This is called Israel. Ismael. Ra for Egypt would be sun, and Ma for certain parts outside of Egypt would be moon. So the moon reflects the sun's rays that reflects the light of its creator. And so when you bring this process down to earth, you say, okay, but there's other planets out there like Orcus. To the Jews slash Hebrew Israelite debate, I posted that Orcus thing. Somebody got on there talking about some motherfucking Dungeons and Dragons. You believe in a Jesus. And what's funny is, these guys didn't even research NASA to know that Orcus, they named a dwarf planet of Pluto. That NASA calls a real planet. Along with the god of Mars, which is the war god, Apollo. You got Venus, was the bright star of the representation of Lucifer. Oh, y'all didn't know that. So let's see who wants to get on. Since everybody run their mouth. One of the profound things I've ever heard, man, in this journey of picking up information and wisdom, without no investigation, no right to speak. In short, if you don't know and haven't researched it your motherfucking self, do us all a favor and shut the fuck up. Really, do us all a favor and shut the fuck up.
Fair use.
Yeah, use that wisely. I'm standing up a little bit. Shake the cobwebs off. I always look for I try to see, I said, look, man, why don't y'all debate us? We're going to ask some folks. Because I would like to shut up. I mean, I prefer this at heart of heart, my soul of soul. I enjoy this. This is my, I do this every day, all day. This makes a difference. I can imagine if I got paid to do this every day, all day. Oh my goodness. But I do get paid because the Most High blesses me for everything I ask for. That's what we say the Most High, y'all, is real. If you have a personal relationship. I chill with these Bible thumpers and people who don't read the Bible. You only get pouring of the Spirit and Jesus' Spirit coming back from the book of Joel. When the Most High told Prophet Joel, I'm going to pour my Spirit on all flesh. So let's see who threw the Most High Spirit in the garbage. Alright, we're going to find out who threw the Most High Spirit in the garbage. Let me get my other apparatus so I can make sure I'm looking at what you're looking at. Even though I see it on the screen, but I need to have that same perception that you're getting. I might got something stuck on my face, don't know it. And well, you wouldn't know either. Dear Heavenly Father, we ask for your permission to talk to your children. We ask for your guidance. We ask for the confirmation of your words. Because these is your words and needed. And without you, Father, there is no power behind no words, let alone a thought, action, or deed. Let you be glorified by things that are seen, unseen, heard, unheard, felt, unfelt, or known, unknown. For you are the author and the grand architect of all things, of those natures. May all things in heaven and earth and the seven seas, in them and around them, bow down before you, along with myself, to glorify you. We appreciate your everlasting touch. We pray for the gift of life. We ask for the drink from your river of life-giving water, that we may exuberate that truth, that they may see your glory in us, and they will run to you. By the power of the Holy Spirit, I come unto the prophets before me, nothing we say thank you. Selah. All right, let's get this in. Let's set this up real quick. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? All right. All right, I see it. I see it. I see it. All right, I see it. I see it. We go. Basically, I'm going to go through some slides. It's going to be for y'all mental Rolodex. All right, let me clear this out so I won't be clogging up my shit. Yep, I knew it. Let me try to clog my shit up. No. Come up out of there. Alright, we're going to get out of that fair use. We're going to start with this. We're going to start out with this. We're going to start out with this picture here. Because now I can see the actual screen. We're going to start out with this. And find out why people run away from wanting to be a Hebrew Muslim. See, everybody's not a child of Abraham. This is going to be a long ass fucking video. What time is it? Shit. This ain't gonna be done till 12 o'clock. Easy. Easy. This is not gonna be done till 12 o'clock. Easy. We get to the dashboard. See if everybody wanna come in. See, y'all talk a good game behind y'all keyboard. But when somebody say, hey, what you know? No comments yet. Alright. Want to see, try to get somebody, see me invite some people. What is this? See, we're going to get some invitations. Polls, no. What's this? Open web default, no. So we can invite some people. We minimized. Add caption, sure. Definitely add caption. There's access, manage access, add caption. Oh, no, we don't want to do that. Alright. Well, let's get to this though. This guy. Forget the color of skin. Forget everything you've been taught. Forget everything you've been taught. Let's approach this as a baby, a child. They don't have no food. They don't have anything. It's this guy Jesus. And it clearly says Who do you say that I am? Listen to what it says. If you can read, if you can comprehend. I forgot I could touch the screen on my other shit. Now, damn, I forgot. Shit. Damn, I forgot I could touch the screen. Praise the Most High. Praise the Most High. Shit ain't get thrown in the garbage or broke. That's what's up. Get some people a chance to chime in. Hope y'all watch it later. The book says Jesus, right? And they're speaking third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, 100th party. When it says Jesus, who do you say that I am? There's a million people who've already told you who Jesus is already. Just this cover by itself then told you so much stuff that y'all just missed it, man. Y'all missed it royally, man. Who do you, listen, Jesus, asking a question from somebody who's asking for this picture. Because mind you, if you are less than 500 years old, 5,000, if you're 500 years old or younger, guaranteed you've never seen Jesus. You don't know nothing about him. For all you know, he was a ancient hip-hop artist. He used to break dance, for all you know. But until you got the story, breakdance came into breakneck religion. Let's go back to this again. Jesus. Who do you say that I am? Now the question is, who do you? That's the question. Now, is who do you mean you're listening to what everybody else say? So it ain't what you say Jesus is. It's what somebody else said Jesus is, and got a whole bunch of you to say this one person, we or him, that told us this is what Jesus is or isn't. Over 100,000 of you, quote unquote, black scholars and black this and white that, want to be teachers, want to teach people about the Spirit of the Most High, and yet, who do you say Jesus is? What did he tangibly do in your life? Because understand, demons, spiritual possessions are real, and they do tangible things too, as if it was God or Most High Yah in the name of your mom, cousin, and or Jesus. Because these are ancient spirits prior to this Jesus confetti. It knows that you're going to bite into this. That's why a lot of you never studied demonology and demon possessions. Not religion of demonology and stuff like that, but the actual medicine and science and things that happen, things that goes on to people who are victims of this. All of you are victims of a mass possession, and we're going to prove it to you. So now we're going to go with Israel. Here's your sun god. You see the disc behind his head? Is Ra, God. Then we're going to take it to Abraham. We're going to take it to Abraham. We're going to try to take it to Adam too. When Adam first came out the cave. Because when Adam first came out the cave, he was scared of what? The sun. When Abraham left his father, he wasn't too sure of the sun and moon. And we're gonna get that. We're gonna get that them writings and scriptures that line up with the chronicle order and the philosophy of the Torah, and why the New Testament is a book of those who are willing to trade in the Most High. The New Testament is a new covenant, a dedication to doing the opposite of God's will. This is the final test right here. This is the last straw. This is the end time. This is the last time the Most High said, I'm going to let you keep playing with me. This is the last time I'm going to let you do what the fuck you think you want to. Do thy will. Okay, keep doing your will. Because when I do my will, the sun nor the moon is going to help you. Is Ra God, and is the moon God. So we have Abraham as the father of Judaism, sun worship, and the father of Islam, moon worship. So we have Israel and Ishmael. So now we already have two cults coming out the gate. Two cults as in two horses, or two cults as in two training of thoughts, or chariots of fire. Okay? The fire meaning knowledge, or the spark of knowledge, or the arising of an awakening. These two cults. The moon cult and the sun cult. These two horses. And who's riding on these two, on this chariot? And by what power do they come? Next slide. Hold up. Let me see. Okay, ain't work like that. Touch the screen. Alright, let me get my glasses. He ain't got his glasses, y'all. He ain't got his glasses. Hold on. So now, we clearly see the same halo. This is called I forget what we call I'm crushing the word together because they have an apeling, APELING, for apes, so for sodomizing apes, which is theozoology, which is that last video we did yesterday. But also they have Yosling, same difference but more ancient, sodomy. So what would stop them from doing dogs? If you watched the video yesterday, we have proved that Neanderthals are the offspring of Yoslings, which is written in the book called the Colburn Bible. Alright? And because I ate a scroll like Elijah, where it says the spirit of Elijah will come, I started reading the book of scrolls in that. Fascinating. But you notice we got men dogs, and we got this Christian in between these dogs with spears on 2 feet. I guess to the Israelite, you can't imagine that your sun god is going with stuff like this. You can't imagine that your Christian-based Israelite religion is all based on a sexual ritual. Your whole Ishmaelite religion is based on looking up in the sky and determining when to have sex and what to do prior to having sex and during sex and after sex. And then when the mating or ritual is not due, now it's time to worship what we created. Get this picture. When you're having animal lust, immoral lust, where do you think that comes from? Check this out. Israel, Ishmael. This goes for, people get Hebrews and Muslims mixed up. And it just shows how very ignorant that your teachers are. How very ignorant that you have all these books and you did not research the etymology and the ancient meaning of which it was used at that time. And then look at it today and say, oh shit, this is a different dress rehearsal. Same shit, there's a different outfit. Literally. And we're going to prove that. We don't need nobody to debate shit. Facebook, Instagram, and the whole world that does the algorithm. That's why I'm still on here for so long. Next one. We'll slide down. Make this connection. In the Quran, chapter Mary, boom, the mother of God, copper in the Gospels, counterfeit. So it's in the Quran too. Under Isa. We did that already. We ain't going to jump on that no more. So now we take Isa, Jesus, to Europe under Leo Africanus, meaning Leo in its proper language at the time is called friend and Africanus of the king, or the king's friend. Some would say African was another word for cowards, because there were some men who ruled Africa, sold their own people out. So they're called cowards because the ones that came to kill and take over certain parts of Africa, they rather kill you fighting than just kill you while you just laying there. In other words, they couldn't go back to their home country and say, I slaughtered 1,000 men that didn't fight back. So because they had to slaughter 100,000 men and women who did not fight back, they called you Africans. We took over the land of people who would not fight back. How we know? Because we're in the land of Africa, America, the land that niggas would not fight back. They'll kill each other. A nigga will kill they will kill each other. African American will kill each other in a heartbeat. Go to Haiti, they kill each other in a heartbeat. Certain places, black African militia, they kill each other in a heartbeat. So yeah, they'll kill each other, but they won't kill a common enemy. We're not promoting anything. We're just talking about the psychology of being a fucking coward, and then dress it up like you beautiful and you smart, almost for civilization, and the motherfucker didn't even measure the whole continent of Asia. For some reason, everybody on the planet knows Asia is the biggest continent on the planet, but the black man and a black woman. That's why nobody takes you serious. For some reason, you have a smartphone, you have a fucking Google map, you even have access to NASA. Call NASA, man. You gotta, God. After 100 years, you still think Africa is the biggest continent on the planet. And it's by far, by seismic rhythm, that Asia is the biggest continent, man. And Africa will be called Asia Minor. God damn, that's why we're called Afro-Asiatics. Not Afro because of Africa. Afro because the natural man and woman of the fucking planet. But no, you want to be in the world. I was reading some bullshit. I want the world. If you ain't got no money, I can't fuck with you. I'm like, damn, you already got the world. You cute with some pussy. But you ain't gonna be on this planet too long. That was the end of the riddle. You can have the world, but it just won't be on this planet. Oh, hear what the Spirit is saying to you slick Israelites, and you slick Ishmaelites, and you slick African Americans, and you slick Egyptians, and you slick Osiris's and shit. Oh yeah, we got some news for you niggas. Somebody, y'all just pissed me off. We send you the information that you can literally call NASA, Master, Disaster, and Mr. Nastier, and Mrs. Craftier. And they'll tell you, yeah, that's the fucking truth. Come to you niggas. Is Ra God? Yes. Is Ma God? Yes. Ma's the goddess. Ra's the god. Y'all don't shine like one. Facts. Find us one nigga race that shine like the sun. Find one. Find one nigga goddess that reflect that shit. Find one on the planet. Find one on the planet. Find one Ishmael, Israelites. You're a fucking gang. Stop playing. Barbarians are gangs. Mongols is gangs. The mafia is a gang. Crips, blood. This is all gang related. Blood in, blood out in this world. Y'all got this shit fucked up. Fucking wanna be teachers. Ain't read shit. I don't like saying this, but oh God, I can't be the only motherfucker that's sitting here looking at this bullshit saying, hold up. Over 100 million you motherfuckers been teaching and saying the same fucking scriptures for over 500 years. 66 pages, man. Over 500 years, the same argument in 2022. Never to look back and say, this argument has never got my dick hard. Being creative make a real man's dick hard. Not money, sex, and pussy. Being creative. Because as soon as a man create and his dick get hard, everybody want to jump on it, cut it off, eat it for themselves, stroke the shit out of it till there ain't no more left, and then say, I did it. I'm the reason why this is working. Meanwhile, you done slaughtered the goddamn calf. God damn it. Let's get into this, man. Fucking cowards. I love the Most High. No, the fuck you don't. You're a coward. Sun, Moon, and Star worship. Let's get this. You see this? You see this right here? All right. We had Ishmael and Israel. Osiris, Isis. Get the sun gods to the left, the moon gods to the right. Israel, Ishmael, you know why y'all don't teach this? Because that'll make you guilty before the nations. Our father Abraham, God gave us the DNA to be their health to ourselves and to the nations, that eventually we will all be able to come as one voice to the Most High. And everything be back the way it's supposed to. Everybody be in their nature. No more competition to survive. But no, Israelites and Ishmaelites and this, that, and the third. You motherfuckers want to use some shit that was here before you was born and act like you got the master key and you're the master teacher and the alchemist. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, we're gonna let truth bang your motherfucking ministry and all that other shit. Yeah, Hebrews, fire that fake ass nigga. Yeah, Hebrews, fire that fake ass nigga. Start with me if I'm fake. Shit, I'm gonna jump out the window now. Shit. Let me get an inkling. This shit's some bullshit. Straight up. I've been doing this shit every day of my life for the past 20 plus years. Just find out it was all wasted. I dedicated my life not to thinking like you motherfuckers, man. I said, man, I need some shit I can trust. Shit that's going to show some results no matter what I feel. Because if I'm doing the right thing, there should be results of that which who desire and practice the right thing. And that's on you gotta die, go to heaven to get this, or fuck that. Kiss my ass. No, I'm not. I don't need it when I'm dead because I didn't have it when I was born. See the Alpha and the Omega? If you didn't have it in the beginning, you're not going to have it in the end. That is the nature of the Alpha and Omega. That's why I said, when two or more are gathered, I'm in the midst. So when the sun and the moon is gathering, the Most High is in the midst. So when these things together in one picture, when they all come together as one line, the Most High is in the midst. It's like fire and water. Oh, what's that? The mist. The Most High is in the middle. But you know what you do? You worship the left and you worship the right. Never to get that fresh air or that mist of life or that mystery key. You gotta understand the mystery. Never mind. Shut up. I'm gonna shut up. Let me shut up. Somebody get upset. Next picture. Now, black Jews. Alright? Mr. I'm a black Jew. Judah. Where the fuck is Judah at, man? Where the fuck is Jerusalem at? I mean, Jerusalem, any of that. Where? Where in Sam, Jacob, Abraham, Joseph, Hosea, prophets, do you see anything that represents being a Hebrew for one, and one who submits to the Most High's will, like Abraham did, Muslim? Where? You know what they did? They put a Hebrew on the cross. They put the Muslim on the cross. They stuck this hook and this star on the Hebrew and the Muslim's ass. The same thing with this Khazarian star, the Molech. Burnt our Hebrew and our Muslim family. So Hebrew Muslims got murdered by this star. We got crucified in Hungary. And we get stars and swords and hooks stuck up our pee holes here in Persia. What are you talking about? That's why you don't know shit about being a fucking Hebrew Muslim. This is why. These are the ice people. These are the watery ice people, man, that was prophesied is going to come down from the north to chastise the dark ones who are disobedient, aka Babylon, Moab, Amorites, Hittites, Shiites, all them shit. That's how you became an Israelite, dummy. That's how you can be an Ishmaelite, dummy. Ain't such thing as no Hebrewite or no Muslimite for a reason. Alright? Motherfuckers. Oh my God, I'm starting to feel like Black Jesus. God damn, boy. I feel your frustration, Black Jesus, but we gotta tighten it up, man. We gonna get together. I ain't the enemy, man. So everyone's shouting that we ain't the enemy. We ain't fighting, but folks gonna have to still broaden their mental horizon, man. You see the horizon on the earth, but use horizon in your motherfucking within you. So now we understand where Jews come from. All right, and they was dispersed across the ice world. Excuse me. They were scattered around the ocean people, the Oceans. This is where they will say they was influenced by the Tartarians and the Atlanteans. And that would be surprising because there is in the Coleman Bible, it tells you about a certain race of people. They're not man and woman, but a species that resembles man and woman. There's nothing greater than being a man, singular. There's nothing than being a woman, singular. And then you get around other men who are living their manhood, then you become around a bunch of men who's what? Doing their own things, but what we're doing, we're praising our Creator. That's what a man does. He praises Creator first, he lives it, and then he exerts that sunshine, that radiance, that glory to his wife. And she in turn does what? Reflect that light within herself, and she reflected so she can see what? The stars or the many of seeds in her womb, which is what? The darkness. That's why they say the darkness is the yoni or the womb. But you can't, you let them put this Egypt shit on it, and you run into ISIS, and it just gets fucked up. They can't keep it pure. That's why they're not allowed. Next. Speaking of yoni, let's get this. That represents a yoni. Nuclear Mount, Dome of Rock to Mecca, Kaaba. Alright, that represents a yoni, believe it or not. Damn, wish I could have slid this mofo. Oh, here we go. Next. Tent, star, yoni. That's what they call some star nookie. Hope there's no children watching. I apologize if there's some children. If somebody can give me say something, let me know if there's some children on there, I can watch my language. That's why I got my other screen up. So somebody say, hey, there's some children, my children's watching, or my children want to watch. Or, you know what I mean? I can watch my language. I have no problem with that. But since nobody's chiming in saying nothing, then how would I know? But I guess I should refrain from that language anyway if I'm sharing this information so the children can hear it. So I got y'all. So the next, by the fact from here, I'm going to be mindful of my language. Please have mercy. Alright, many crowns upon the head. We see the eye, or what looks like what? A woman's vagina. Looks like an eye or whatever. Wow, deep in the hexagon of the planet. What am I planning? What's my plan when I'm inside a woman's vagina? I'm planning to put an ET in there, boy. Extraterrestrial. That's right. Let's plan ET in your hexagon, baby. She said, okay, well, let me sit on this for a minute. And then her wisdom came upon her. The snake came upon her and said, yeah, don't let him lay on top of you, though. She was like, all right. So every time the dude try to get on her, she's like, you ain't touching me. Where the money at? After a while, he don't even want to touch no more. Then he's lost the desire. So she got paid. That's how that worked. We're not going to go through all these slides. We'll skip it up. So we just want to make that connection. Why you don't know what a Hebrew Muslim is. Why you think Muslim is only systemic to Islam. Sucks to be you. Who's your teacher? Send me his email. Tell him We need to have a discussion. We need to have a discussion. When we say Hebrew, why you keep saying Israelite? We need to have a discussion. Because the word Hebrew has been defamed so much over the centuries. Because to be called a Jew, you didn't want to be called a Jew above a Hebrew. Abraham was that guy prior to the word or phrase or culture or any ideology of Jew, let alone a Christian. Islam was always there already. Islam was prior to Abraham. They just called it something different. That's why the moon could be a male or a female. And the sun could be a male or a female. That's Islam before the birth of Abraham. And it's written down in their original language. Before Abraham was born, all that. It's in the book of Hammurabi, Nimrod, and the war of Esau killing Nimrod. But they gave Esau a different name who killed Hammurabi. Nimrod and Hammurabi is the same person. So whoever killed Nimrod is the same one that killed Hammurabi, was Esau. Which y'all don't know that. You know why? Because the synagogue of Satan, that's in what? Your Catholic Church. It's in your Judea. Not Judah. Let's hurry up though. So he got the Islam Kabbalah box with the Jewish Yiddish writing on it. It can't be the 7 candles, so it's a letter. Let's get that. We ain't going through all that. So, to do some touch-ups on it, because we're going to speak, this is going to hurt y'all feelings. So now we have the connection. This is nothing new. We're going to let you get a mental soak-in. Let you get a mental bath in this. Now please take a mental picture. Whoever's watching this, please take it, because it's gonna be a long video, and you're gonna need to remember why you sat through this video this long. Yeah, you gonna want to know why you did that. And I don't want you to get mad at me when you got a headache. It's because you didn't take a mental note to rest your brain off. You know, you say rest your brain. So you gotta find something to learn. When you learn something else, do that first. You need to rest your brain, rest your neck. Fall back. Let's take a urine break and break busy. Let me put some, let me put that, what you call it, back on. The pen and paper's ready. Let that marinate for a minute. Middle picture. Middle picture. Middle picture. Get the mental picture. Don't let them switch up. Don't let them focus that camera. Don't let them switch up. Let's get it. Rock and roll. Another marathon video. The birth of Christ. Alright. There's before his coming and after his coming. There's the preparation of death and resurrection. It's the whole. There's the matrix of it all. This was already pre-thought. This was already pre-planned. The story was already in motion. You just had to find somebody to play the characters. You ever write a script before? Like scripture? Oh, we want to use the word scriptures, we don't want to use the root word, script. And who writes the scriptures? A scribe. Who writes the script? So the scribe, like the script, have to do what? Find some characters. So we have some characters here and some characteristics. Some of y'all are starting to feel like, damn, I forgot how to process my thoughts. I've been running on mental autopilot all this time. Feels good to be you right now. Yesterday sucks to be you. So somebody's prayer has been answered that my suffering has become a blessing to you. Glory be to the Most High. And I'd do it again if I had to. Next. Now, let's go to this version. Start with this. What's wrong with that picture, y'all? I just want to know. If Selassie is God, the king of Israel, the king of Judah, whatever, and you read the book of Maccabees, and you forgot the reason why the disciples got martyred and murdered in the first place, and your king is doing this, that's not a Hebrew Muslim. Not at all. That's something else. That's something else. Man, I'm gonna get checked out, man. Well, I don't eat that much, so thank goodness. But plus I work out a lot. I bounce. So yeah, I'm cool. Now I'm looking in the mirror, y'all, and I'm like, what the fuck? I eat, I'm cool, you know what I mean? But I forget, I'm highly energetic because instead of sitting around in pain, I'd rather just keep working my muscles so I don't have to think about the pain. So y'all see me bouncing and dancing. It's not like because I'm trying to be this. No, it's like I'd rather bounce and swiggle, put my music on, and let my brain entertain pain, man. Like, it's like, that's just for me. You know what I mean? So, what ain't for me as following anybody, especially Jamaica, Trinidad, Tomas Selassie, this, and you got this motherfucker kissing some motherfucking idol, some icon. And the Most High clearly said, don't do that. That just can't happen. So now, the devil got our sisters, right? She's a Christian. She's from Africa, right? So here's a black African American version of a woman. And over here you see the Vulgate Biblical Commission with the upside down pitchfork, which really is a trident for the water god. And lo and behold, change, trident. What up? There we go. Where's the odds? Black. She's Christian, so she should be an Israelite, right? She's a black Jew. Right? Barack Obama's thing changed, right? With the halo around the back, with the trident. He brought in homosexuality with the churches. A man, I guess, I don't know, I want to say rest in peace, but found out he was doing something, he passed away. The Jews, the Palestinian Jews, even put him on a chair, gave him 2 scrolls, and had them bouncing him up and down like he was the new king of Israel, or the king of the Jews. And lo and behold, a month later, God took his ass up off this planet. That's what I tell you. You can have the world, but it won't be on this planet. No, sir. You got that fucked up. Somebody gave you some fucked up information, Pimpin. Hey, Shadow. Somebody tell that motherfucker, man, they got it fucked up. Somebody got it fucked up. You can have any world you want. It just won't be on this planet. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I don't know if that would kill me before that joke would kill me before motherfucking cigarettes. Oh, shit. That's munchies, y'all. So picture that shit, y'all. That's funny. Somebody record that shit, I forgot what I just said. This confirms theozoology. A beast with the soul and spirit of the divine Most High Yah, and with the abomination of darkness in one body of existence. And whoever can create that is the new God of life. This is a battle far beyond y'all comprehension, guys. But I was going to show it to you and relate the message to you what I saw. And the privilege has been given to me to share with you. Something like Enoch. That type of shit. This is what they call a reverse science of sodomy. This is the perverse nature of sodomy. Because some creature at this time, some guys didn't know the difference between an anus and a vagina. Believe it or not. It's like this. If you come from a tribe full of a bunch of men who have anal sex when they're getting horny out on long battle runs. See, because they gonna die. And they're like, well, shit, if I'm gonna die, I might as well fuck Bill. Bill died, he go over here, he might as well fuck Jimmy. Because the one that fucked dead Bill, well, Bill's dead, so, you know what I mean, can't do that no more, obviously. But you got Jimmy, Jake, Maximus, and all these motherfuckers over here, because there's 100,000 of us. At least 100 of us is gonna die. So out there 100, I'm gonna fuck me something, even if it's one of these niggas. I'm not saying me personally. You just gotta put your mind in that time that it was nothing but men, and you were not guaranteed to come home. Facts. Ain't no, I'll see you when I get home, babe. The wife and the family knew when it was time to go fight for your country, or for your people rather. It was really for your people, not the country. It was just for the people when you're in your way of life. The wife was glad for you to go fight, because she knew she had a baby there, and she could tell the story about how you went to go fight so he can live, or she can live, or so they can live in the way they live now. So this is a different situation when it comes to being glad your husband going out to go die. There's nothing greater than that, for real. But now, you get guys that's born into a culture of having butt sex. Now they start to experiment on animals. The thought comes from somewhere, right? The thought, the anatomy, comes from somewhere. They get it mapped out. They've been doing it. Nothing new. My Little Pony. Israel, Ishmael. This is why y'all worship Molech. Sun, moon, and stars. Because that's all that beast gene knows is to worship the sun, moon, and stars, because they don't have nothing higher knowledge than that. They don't have the higher knowledge other than outside what the sun can do. In that order. Sun, moon, stars, all the way down to the center of the earth. That's it. That's how they world evolved around. 2 suns. That's it. We told you about the 2 suns earlier, the 2 chariots. And I forgot what that was. So that's where we got to keep going. Next. Now, how we know it's reality? Because if any of you guys got girlfriends, and if you got the triple clubs, I mean, you got like Nicki Minaj and some Megan Stallion. I'm not saying anything bad or good. We're just talking about the coat they wear, the skin they put on, and they still love the skin that you in, right? So let's see that you love the skin that they're in, and you change your skin to be like their skin, because It's promoted. A lot of y'all is doing it right now. I just seen some more pornographic women playing with their coochies on Facebook, man, the live thing. I'm like, oh, hell no. Because now they look like this. See? Ain't no different. Get the hips like a horse. Small torso. See? They just cut the middle. They just cut this out. See how they? This is what they did. They perfected it in the black woman and other women. Hold on. Snoo. See, what they did is they found out how to shorten the organs. They're trying to figure out how to get this up here. So they need the hip action right here. If they can get that hip straight, if they get this hind leg tight strength just in the hips, because now you can run, jump, climb, slide, because all your power is in the legs, and a horse is the strongest legs on the planet, practically, and the kick is a horse. You get kicked by a horse, and you're not gonna like it. Or a bull, yeah, something about that right there, get kicked by that, yeah, you ain't gonna like it. And these legs can lift for a 4-ton bull. You can imagine if it's sitting on this. All these hips right here is lifting all this in the air, man. You see how strong that ass is? That ass got a lot of power in it to pull some shit. How do you get somebody to pull somebody to hell? A whole bunch of people to hell. How do you get a woman mentally, emotionally, psychologically to become a beast and pull all my treasures and all the things? And how do I get her to pull it? And you notice how she stands up, because this is the stilettos right here. You go to stilettos, right? So go, if you got high heels, put them on right now. Israelites, Ishmael, Islamists, Otep, ISIS. If you're a female or a woman, and if this doesn't apply to you with a fat ass, with your stilettos on, or your high heels, then I'm a monkey's uncle. I know what? I might as well hang it up right now. Fuck it. I might as well go ahead and jump out the window right now. If you cannot prove that right now, brothers and sisters, you can prove that right now. We got 3 minutes. Go look at your woman, your sister, your cousin, or your mama, or your niece, and look at all that ass with stilettos on, and say, "Oh shit, you are a whore." Whore, see? Come here, whore. See my penis? Okay, whore. See my car? Okay, whore. Yeah. And a horse belongs what? In a stable or a house. That's why they say, that's my bottom horse. She's in the stable. Yeah, that's where that comes from. Ishmael, Israelites. Well, I'm a child of God, but you still dress like what? A whore or a horse. In your heart, you still want to dress like a whore or a horse. You still want to put on those stilettos and walk on your pad, on your toes, and not on your feet. A woman walk on her feet, not on her motherfucking toes. But a whore or she walk on her toes with a whole. She'd be 300 pounds, and she will walk on her what? Toes. She won't walk on her feet for the Most High. She'll walk on her toes to be a horse. When we call her a whore or a horse, then it's just, oh, well, you're disrespectful. But here's your children. Bang. And it can be Photoshopped. It doesn't make a difference that that's what you look like. That's what you look like. See the horse? All that power can carry a lot of shit on her motherfucking back. And all she needs is a long motherfucking dick from way over here somewhere. Put that shit all up in her guts. And she'll keep pushing that shit out her asshole. She'll have a whole bunch of Cabbage Patch babies and Garbage Pail kids laying around. Then corporate America, or corporate British corporate Bank of British America, they'll come over across the seas and they'll come, collect their cultural royalties and float on back over into the sky. And then 10 years after that, there'll be little projects here and crack valves and you know what I mean? There'll be a couple of whores running around here, and she'll be some old bitch, and all that will be down there. And well, yeah, anyway, next. And it starts here. This is the Fertile Crescent. Yes, you're beloved Africa, but for the most part, it's here, Asia. What's wrong with you people, man? Anybody on the planet know this in every language? Over 2 million languages know this to be true. You niggas only speak 3 languages, and you're saying, oh, that can't. Shut the fuck up, man. God damn. So here go more of the same. Pan-Africanism. Since everything started in Africa, right? All civilization, animals. All civilization, sodomy. All civilization, mixing man with animals. All civilization, animals mixing with different species. So yes, Africa, I guess we can attribute all the hell on earth, not to the white man or to the Greeks or to the Hellenists, but to you, and somehow you're promoting that in our face as if we owe you something. Correct me if I'm wrong, somebody. Somebody could correct me if I'm wrong. Somebody can say something. Because you really think about it, that's what it sounds like. Oh, I know what it is. Y'all created everything, and the white man came up the sky with Jesus and stole everything. And y'all sat back and watched. If that's what happens, then the word Africa as cowards is true. You're in a sticky situation, Israel and Ishmael. Christian Jew, Islamic Jew, Moroccan Jews, big ups. Khazar Jews, big ups. Ashkenazi Jews, big ups. The next time somebody say something about being Jewish, all they're saying is I'm a Jew man. You put a Jew before the ish. Ish means man. Isha means woman. So if I just see a female practicing a Jew culture, I'll call her Jewisha. I would have to, because Isha means woman. And Jew is her culture, what she's practicing. I have to respect that. Get out of that. Move up. Any on words? Pre-Islamic goddess worship. See the moon? Bang. Confirm. Now we're gonna do that. Let's do this. I'm trying to repeat myself. Joshua comes from the Hebrew name Yahshua. Right? Listen to the language, y'all. Listen to the language. How they took Hebrew and turned it into a Jew. Listen to what it says. Joshua comes from the Hebrew name Yehoshua. Okay? So, Shua, for that word J, you get Yeho. Yeo. That doesn't sound too intelligent, really. But who am I? But nonetheless, it comes from Joshua. My question is, Israelites, scholars, teachers, Christians, if Yeshua is supposed to be the name of the prophet, and God is deliverance, then who is the son of Nun that Moses speak of? Because his name means salvation. Now, I'd rather take salvation over deliverance. Because you just delivered me from some shit today. Don't mean y'all out the shit. But when the Most High save you, you ain't got nothing to worry about. And when Hosea was given Moses' cloak and staff, and the Most High talked to Moshe and Hosea concerning leading Israel into the promised land, there wasn't no Judah seed there. Not one. So the Most High spoke through salvation, which in Hebrew means Hosea. Who the fuck is Joshua, Yeshua, Jesus, Hamashiach? Who is he? Remember how it started, right? Go get your Bibles, man. The Qurans, all that. You're going to need all them books. Matter of fact, y'all gonna need each other. If y'all don't get together, apart, was y'all apart, y'all gonna get crushed. Straight up. Because what's coming to y'all, they're gonna ask y'all some certain questions. Y'all services is gonna get cut. All useless communications get cut in the future. Who is Yeshua? Y'all? I have in their own writing. When they changed Hebrews into Christians, they changed Hosea into Joshua. Who want to bet the house? Who want to bet everything they love, everything they know, whatever on that fact? If you could change our whole culture of Abraham's seed from Hebrew to Christian, it's nothing to change Hosea to Joshua, and now it means God's deliverance, and then say Jesus is God. Just that quick made that story up. Because Jesus was the Israelite leader who succeeded Moses. No, he wasn't. It says Hosea, the son of Nun, and blame Moses for changing his name. For real, fam? What man is going to let you, to all the fathers out there, can you imagine somebody changes your motherfucking son's name and he going out to die? Check this out. It ain't like they behind enemy lines saying, look, nigga, we're going to change each other's names because when we get back home, motherfucker, don't forget who you is, nigga. Cool. But you at home already. You still at home. Why would Moses tell his guy, listen, bruh, I'm taking your son with me. He gonna go put his life on the line, and I'm gonna change his name so when he died, you won't know where we buried him, or you won't know that he's dead. See that dumbass shit? And Israelites only believe shit like that. Ishmaelites only believe Islam like that. Insincere Jews only do shit like that. Only wicked males and females do shit like that. And that's for the sake of gene mixing. You're alive. You're here now. I used to take in unwanted pets all the time. People didn't want their animals. I take them, man. Especially dogs that was abandoned because they would be putting dog fights. I'll be like, nah, man, here, give me, I take him. Show him some love and shoot. Be the best dog. But the same thing with this. The black man and the black woman become the best dog. Why? Because Jesus is deliverance. How we know Jesus is deliverance? Because they took it from Yahshua and called it Yahim Shimi Yaka, whatever the fuck that. God damn it. He got him to swallow some shit I didn't want him to swallow. So now, let's look at this word. Look at this word, y'all. Bearing the name of a God. Theophoric and theozoologic. Remember that video we made yesterday? We got theophoric and theologic. So that means the God is Satan if it's the theo. See, because here's what? God is deliverance, right? So that would be a theophoric statement. You see that? Bearing the name of a God, if God is deliverance. Because if there's many gods, because it says, thou shalt not have no gods before me, for I am God alone. So there must be a whole bunch of other gods. So this is saying God of deliverance, leaving the word God for each to his own device to tell people who that God is in their own world. And so now we have this theophoric, I'll get that back. The theophoric mentality. Y'all getting this, Pitt University? And everybody else, I know y'all getting this. Chicago University. Really look at this theophoric thing. Theo, the theology. The phoric is the naming or giving a metaphor or some it wouldn't be a form because it's spelled with a PH. But bearing the name of God, the fork would mean I got it, but the word to give to y'all is not coming to me. How anyway, the old fork. So normally it's backwards because it says bear in the name of God. So Theo is God, God bearing. So if that's God bearing, what? God bearing what? Deliverance. Jesus is God bearing deliverance. How we know? Because it's theophoric. Like theophoric, how we know? Because the origin of Hosea means salvation. So how is Jesus the word of salvation? How is Jesus salvation when the word salvation in Hebrew is not in his name? Israelites. So who is your black Jesus? Like we started from the beginning. Who do you say I am? Who do you say I am? Am I Jesus, Isa, this, that? It's in the name. It's like Prego. It's in there. But since I don't care for the ingredients, you know. Wonder why the medication don't work. Wonder why the Most High don't make house calls. How do you get salvation, help, Hosea, but make, look man, wish I could put these together. How do you get Joshua, the leader of Moses, means God deliverance, when God says in the name Hosea, I saved Israel from all of their enemies? We'll try something. I need to know this. I mean, I know what it is, but for those who are not wrapped too tight. The meaning of deliverance. Okay. Y'all know what I'm
Difference has two distinct meanings. As a
Man, I
noun,
didn't say that.
it means a point or way in which people or things are not the same.
This is some bullshit. Fuck that. I should have known better after yesterday, right? Hold on. Meaning of deliverance. Okay, now. Liberation, release, freeing, rescue, delivery. Let's see what else is in there. emancipation, salvation. Preservation or deliverance from harm, ruin, or loss. Deliverance from sin and its consequences believed by Christians to be brought about by the faith in Christ. So, you see what's happening here. Let us try this. On. Alright. Difference between Joshua name and the name of Hosea. Find out the difference. See, because Hosea was a king, and nobody wants to talk about that. See, now look at this. See the difference? His birth name means salvation. Alright? Shit. See what I'm saying? He was born in Egypt. His birth name is Hosea, means salvation. And Joshua, the shortened form of Jehoshua, means Jehovah is salvation. You see the difference? They took the prophet, the king, who was the tool of salvation. We already know that Hosea could not be salvation if the Most High who sent him wasn't the source of salvation in the first place. So Jesus stole, Jesus stole God's glory right here. That's the point we're getting to. Right there. Is Hosea the same as Joshua? Deuteronomy. Because there's a problem with that. There's a major problem. Joshua means Lord is salvation. Jehovah saves. But Hosea just means salvation. That's too much talking. My name don't have all them extra words to it. Your name don't have them extra letters to it. If your name is T-E-R-R-I, and motherfucker put T-E-R-I-R-R-X, then there's some numbers to it. Man, nigga, that's a barcode, motherfucker. That ain't my name. That sounds like, that's more like a prison number. And that's why they use prison numbers for a name. Because they added is salvation to say something that it's not in its original birth effect, not birth defect. So the birth effect was salvation. But the birth of this bullshit as Joshua became a birth defect because now everybody's saying Jehovah is salvation. And Joshua, who's also named, is what? Jesus. So if you get Joshua, that goes with who? Jehovah, that goes with what? Jesus. So now nobody's upset. Nobody's upset. Because now that goes with Joshua, Jeshua, Jason, Jehovah, Jesus, and now Jew. And then you can put J, because the original Hebrew is all junkies. Let's keep it 1,000. Wow. Israel. Is Ra God? El? Is Ma, Moon, Allah, Ishmael? Because these are the two fish that got you hooked. Black man and black woman. White man and white woman. These are the two fish that got you hooked, man. And then told you, go be fishers of men and women and bring them to shore or to the church. Remember that song by it? Remember that guy, I'll Be Sure? You ain't heard shit from him since. Would I think about you night and day, yeah. Let me tell you how, yeah. Now, it says that Hosea was venerated in Judaism, so the Jews knew who he was. Back to Jehovah, Joshua. That's the Jew version. That ain't the Hebrew version. The Hebrew version of the story is Hosea, salvation. That's the true story. Christianity got it because they get Jesus in it. We got that. And Islam is venerated. Well, how we know? Because they use that story to bring Esau for Christianity. And Christianity, Jason, see, the family we all here. Major shrine, tomb of Joshua and Samaritan and Jewish. No, there wasn't. Because Hosea was the last king of Israel. Not Judah. Judah was the king of the last king of Judah was the I forgot his name. But the last king of Israel, remember there's two kingdoms. Well, this we're going to show y'all. You know, we're just going to go with the flow. Fuck it. Alright? So we got that. No. So we know you can translate that to Hosea, not Jason or Joshua. There's no is before, there's no is after. What God say? Do not add or take away from my word. This is his word. That's why you can't add nothing to it. You know what you did? You took away his father and added a nun or a noun and put a black and white on there. That's how we knew it was the checker game, the chess game. The chess game is in the nun. As long as you don't figure out that chess piece, the nun, we cool. But we cracked that code. You got to follow the nun. You know why the nuns can't have babies? Because the men, they'll find out that there was a man named Nun, and there was no way that he could have babies, and somebody would tell on the church. And they switched the books. So we'll get out of that. So deliverance, an action of being rescued or set free. So what we see here is Hosea literally means salvation, right? And Joshua means God is. So you added to salvation two words, Israel, Ishmael, and to all you scholars. Matter of fact, we're going to tell you how you hate the Most High. That's why this is y'all don't want to debate. Y'all don't want to do this for real. You type that in there. Put my glasses at. That's when it should be misspelled, y'all. Getting too late. How'd it go? Do not add to my word. Where the Bible? Yeah. Ooh, let's check this out. Let's see what he said, y'all. Let's see what he say. Well, let's see what he say. They talking about they Torah readers, right, y'all? Let's say they love the Most High. You should not add to the word which I command you, nor take anything from it. So, deliverance, one word, right? Delivery, redemption. So, one word, deliverance. Don't add, don't take away. That's still Hosea, deliverance. Why? Because Hosea says salvation. So literally, Hosea is salvation. But if you use deliverance, you can find another name, but it could be salvation, it would be another language. So if you said deliverance in another language, it will refer naturally to salvation. Because you're not adding to it or taking it away. Deliverance and salvation are the same. But somebody did this. Somebody did this. God is deliverance. Well, didn't nobody tell us that? Who is you? Where you come from? That's one of those, you be in an elevator and you fart. Hey, you ever been in an elevator, man? And that little fart come out, you don't know where it came from. And you just like, oh shit, I'm busted. That's what this is. This is that stanky ass fart, fake preacher, fake teacher who's always scribing something, adding some shit to the word of the Most High. They don't just add a few words, they add a whole fucking book to the bitch. And get 10 people to agree and 3 people to write about this bullshit ass agreement and then publish it and then start making rap videos and little candles and earrings and shit to promote the bullshit. You're just like your fathers, man. Deceivers. You know, deceiver is like a liar. Like salvation is the deliverance. They're going to get the same result from the two. They just don't look and sound the same. None of this get the same result. But you should not add to the word which I command you, nor take anything from it. So when he told none to name your son Hosea, why would Moses break the fucking commandment? Israel, Ishmael, Mr. Christian, Mr. Islamist, Mr. Otep, and I know, like, shut the, oh my gosh. Something's wrong with y'all, man. Something wrong with y'all, man. Right there. God is. Well, hold up. We just said don't take nothing from it. It's in the name. I didn't name the nigga Joshua. What you say God is. I didn't say that. I told you motherfuckers. And I even gave Moses the job to express that I'm with you in the name of Hosea, because I'm going to be doing all the fucking saving. Where'd you get this is from? I is ain't doing nothing. My shit's done already. What I need an is for? I say a word and it is. Ain't no is in the word count. I said Hosea and it is. And it will be. And it's going to be. And it's going to stay that way. My salvation is Hosea. My salvation is not God is motherfucking deliverance. And even if it is Joshua, I didn't say that. I wouldn't have to say God. Why would I say that? I wouldn't tell y'all that. I would have a nigga's name called deliverance. Like Elijah, God's messenger. There's no L or L or nothing that before Hosea. So where you get God's deliverance? Otherwise, you'd have had what? L. Yeshua? Because that would be the Aramaic tongue for it. That would be the Hebrew tongue for it. That would be the ancient logic to use the word El if they were talking about God first. Because it would say Elijah, Elias, El Elyon, Eloi, Eloi. All of a sudden, the word God don't mean El when it comes down to this topic right here. Is the sun God? Is the moon God? Ishmael and Israel with Jesus and Isa? And to you too, Rome's. You ain't miss you Northerners. You're part of the nations. You're getting this medicine too, motherfucker. Y'all ain't exempt. Well, as I said, this is a global chastising. That's how I come and burn this shit up. Brother back to brother, father back to father, mother against mother back to mother, sister back to sister, mother back to daughter, dads back to sons, sons back to dads. This shit's going back. This splitting up shit is not part of the motherfucking game. Not my plan. I can't sit back and watch this. Let's speed this up. What else we got for Papa? Okay. So let's move this on up. We're gonna wake you up to something real quick with this. Get this mental picture, man. 1600s. This is how long it took to program you to believe in nothing. When something comes, it's nothing to you. When nothing comes, you welcome it. You destroy things that you can't control. So the American Negro, which now is called the African American, right? 2000. 1990, 90, blacks, brothers, Negroes. But they've noticed Afro-Asiatics is not on here because it wasn't derogatory. Next dip. Read this to you, or Abraham, I believe. Now listen to this. People who don't read. Abraham still continued to speak within himself. Who is he who made the heavens and the earth? Who created upon the earth? Where is he? And the night darkened over him, And he lifted up his eyes toward the west, the north, the south, and the east. And he saw that the sun had vanished from the earth, and the day became dark. Abraham said to himself, surely these are not gods that made the earth. So there goes sun, moon, worship. Okay? Let me get that back for you. This is Abraham. This is the apocalypse of Abraham. Alright? It's not my fault y'all didn't read it. Y'all couldn't get your hands on it. Not my fault. Blame Jesus. And Abraham still continued to speak within himself. Okay? This is what I do all the fucking time within myself. I say this could not be what I was born to be into. Other than what I'm doing right now. I wasn't born to do nothing else than what I'm being right now. So what? I speak within myself. Who is he who made the heavens and the earth? Who created upon the earth? And where is he? Myself, I took it a little further and asked for the frequency. Let me feel you like my heartbeat. I don't need to see you with my eyes. Because now I start painting pictures in my own head. I start comparing. But if I can feel you, then as I walk past, people will feel you as well. So that means I'll ride with you. And I pray that you come with me wherever I go. And he said, and the night darkened over him, and he lifted up his eyes towards the west. So what was he doing? He was prostrated. He got his knees bent. He's submitting. North to the left, south to the right, and east down back to the ground. And he saw the sun had vanished from the earth, it's in his peripherals, and the day became dark. And Abraham saw the stars and moon. Alright, so now he's seen the sun go down. He saw the stars and the moon. So there goes astrology, niggas, maggots, Jesus of Nazareth, Jesus of, not Nazareth, I'm sorry, excuse my tongue. Jesus of Nazareth instead of Hosea or Hosea, somewhere along that salvation, deliverance name. Not the linguistic, spiritual one, but the false one. That Jesus of Nazareth. That Isa of Nazareth. That's the sun god. Y'all know that. So there can't be Abraham talking about we let some magicians who seen a baby star fall down from heaven and come worship him. Abraham ain't with that right here. So Jesus is not a Hebrew. He's a Jew. You see why Hebrews don't hang out with Jews and Israelites and Ishmaelites? Because if Abraham didn't worship what? The sun, moon, and stars, why would we? It says honor thy mother and thy father, right? What the fuck is you doing, niggas? And we blood family. We just ain't spiritual family. We on this earth too, just like you motherfuckers. But this other shit, worshiping sun, moon, and stars, the fuck you talking about, man? You gonna put our grandfather's name on some ill shit like that? And that clearly did not make him the Most High's friend. That clearly wouldn't have made Jacob or none of you motherfuckers, if he'd have worshipped a sun, moon, and star, you wouldn't even exist, you disrespectful ass, pussy ass, bitch ass niggas. And say something fly and see what the spirit do. Straight up. Say something fly and see what the spirit of Abraham, the spirit of Jacob, and all the chosen ones do. You fuck niggas. We've been given permission over the sun, moon, stars, heaven and earth, and the abyss shall bear witness to what I'm saying. Let's go. Motherfuckers don't want to debate. You don't want to talk about the truth. You know why? Because you learn something. And Abraham said to himself, surely, I got my big ass 70-inch on. And Abraham said unto himself, surely these are not gods that made the earth and all mankind, but these are the servants of Yahweh. Who the fuck is you? We don't know you. We just call you Israelites. The Israelites calls you kinfolk in the blood. That's why we don't judge the nigga. We judge what? The sin. What the Messiah say? You judge the spirit by what? By the spirit. And your spirit is fucked up. And we're judging you by that spirit. And we're saying you fucked up. We're saying you fucked up. It's in black and white. It's in digital. It's in PDF. I guess it ain't tattooed on some female's big ass or some nigga's long penis. You ain't gonna read it. I'll be damned if I tattoo that shit on my penis. Y'all can screw you. That's too damn far. I really like being touched, let alone that. Don't get that. That's for that Sodom Apoline. That's in theozoologist. So no disrespect to those it was into zoology. Because I understand genetics. And when you learn your genetics and you accept that's what you are, I know you feel weird in society because it's like, you motherfuckers is weird because I'm born like this. Some people say, well, I was born a girl. If you understand certain cultures, you might want to say, you know what? You understand why there's dual gender bathrooms. Which is, that would be the most fair thing to do if these androgynous people was coming out. It'd be nice for them to have their own bathrooms to keep the violence down and the social uproar. So any people that's listening, that would be a great idea. But anyway, and Abraham remained in the house of Noah. Uh-oh. Abraham and Noah was together? So you mean Abraham knew Shem? So did Abraham die in the flood, huh? And Abraham remained in the house of Noah, and there knew the Most High his ways, and he served the Most High all the days of his life. And all the generations forgot the Most High. This is where you come in, Israel. This is where you come in, Ishmael. Black man, black woman. Brown man, brown woman. You earth tone people. You I'm God. I'm goddess. You know. Look at my booty. Look at my big ass gun. You know that vainglory, that self-worship. Look at me, nigga. Look how much coke I got. Look at all these stacks of money. See my big ass diamond necklace, nigga. You know that talk. And that uppity shit. Oh yeah, I get my PhDs from this, and I've studied with such and such. I've read so many of Dr. Such and Such's books that he was just so fascinating. He really influenced me after I done read about 1,000 of his books. Yeah, you know what? I don't even think you got a right mind if you read 1,000 of somebody's books. And I'm just saying there's nothing wrong with reading 1,000 books. But if them fly 1,000 books is determining your next step in life, that's fucked up. You live in someone else's footsteps. But in this case, Abraham remained in the footsteps of Noah, right? Meaning in his house, his footsteps. Because Noah was secure in his footsteps, right? And there knew the Most High his ways. This is how Abraham became a friend, a Muslim. You see who was the first Muslim? Noah. And Abraham was the only one who crossed over from the pre-flood to not serving any other gods. And all the generations forgot the Most High all the days of his life, and all that generation forgot the Most High and served what? Other gods of wood, stones, and rebelled their days. Now, what do we find that at? Hold on. Let me get that. Hold on. Do not serve other gods. Where is that at? See, this is where salvation starts. When what? All the generations forgot the Most High. They forgot Abraham and Noah. They forgot Abraham. They forgot Noah. They forgot with the Lord and his ways. They didn't serve the Most High all the days of Abraham and Noah's life. All the generations forgot the Most High all the days of his life. All the generations forgot the Most High and served other Jesus, other Muhammads, other girls, and other men, and other bullshit made of wood, gold, stone, sex, money, murder, this, that, and rebelled all their motherfucking days. Now I'm getting fucking heated that I gotta keep repeating the same shit over and over again. Get on my page and say something fly again. When I get on your page and you try to act all funny and shit like you smart. When your page is making more people more stupid than when they first met you. I think it's one of them days your mom should have swallowed you. At least you was gas fair. Damn. Square broke. Got me mad. Got me upset. Read it, nigga. What them Hebrews, what them Hebrews, excuse my tongue, father, excuse my tongue, brothers. What them Israelites that talking shit. This is why you don't know what a Hebrew Muslim is. You're too busy serving other gods. You're too busy rebelling in your ways, in your days. There is no Moses at this time, nigga. So what was the rules before Moses was born? Right here. Do not serve other gods. That was it. If anything else, don't serve other fucking gods, motherfucker. Can't do that. Now you don't make yourself gods. Hey, hold up. This is some bullshit. It's like you worked all your life to buy your house. You get married and you get kicked out your house. Yeah. If any of you are homeowners or renters and you've been working and you've ever got kicked out your own motherfucking house, That's what the Most High is saying about the rest of you niggas. You worship other gods. You rebel against my will. I done blessed you with all this da-da-da, and you still doing this shit in 2022. Who's the crackhead, man? And heck, and y'all don't even, what's crazy about this? Y'all don't even get high. Y'all don't drink, you don't smoke squares, you don't buy no sex. You're so honorary and smart and you're so rich and dignified. Didn't know you're worse than the people that you step on every day. You're worse than the people that you step on every day. You motherfuckers that told our little sisters that they had to get rid of them babies because God said this and said that. To hell with you. That's fucked up. Most I ain't said shit like that. You desire to be a rebellious one. A Satanist. One of the Luciferian's minions. Why? Because you're rebelling. That's why your name is Israel. Why? Because you worship other gods. That's how you got the fucking name. When you serve other gods and made of wood and stone and rebel, doesn't mean you're wrestling with the fuck I made you for. That's what Israel means. It means that you wrestle, you rebel, and that's why Jacob said, well, bless me, nigga. I fuck them, bless me, I'm old. He said, I'm going to bless you, all right. Your name, John took it as his name going to be Israel. No. He's letting you know that all your hard work is going to lead to somebody hurting your motherfucking hip. He's going to fuck your walk up with the Most High. Who fucked up the Most High's walk? Judah. Judah and Reuben. They were the first fuck-ups. How we know? Because they were the modern, in their time, Cain and Abel. So there was two Cains and one Abel. And Reuben and Judah, who got the same mother, not the same mother as Joseph, they got their own mother, decided to kill Jacob's son, but changed their mind and sold him along with his birth and took his birthright. But the Most High had a birthright greater than what they was taking from him. And that's what's happening again. And that's why the Israelites hate to hear what a Hebrew Muslim is. That's why the Ishmaelites and every other religion hate to hear a Hebrew Muslim. And that's why y'all will not debate this truth, because you know what? You will have to bear witness to this spiritual fact in this, which I will call the new covenant. Is that what Isaiah said? It's what's our inheritance. When you don't covet other people's shit, you get the title covenant. I am the covenant. We're part of the covenant. Because we don't covet other people's shit. That's the new covenant. When you don't what? Serve other gods. Because you serve other gods, that means you're coveting somebody else's ideology. AKA somebody else's forbidden wisdom. And because I didn't prep you for it, you ain't supposed to get it. Don't you think all this dark magic that I know, all this type of magic and shit that I know, if I wasn't protected from its power, I would have been got possessed by demons. I would have been a mass murderer a long time ago, y'all. I had a hate in my heart so heavy, I probably would have murdered my parents. I probably would have been a mass murderer because I was so beat by the world. You know what I mean? I didn't have no tolerance for no humankind. Something had shook me to a remembrance. There was a judge, and they were saying, you know, Mr. Weather, you have no regards for human life. After hearing of it, I was appalled because I care about people. I really do, and I always have. But there was this other side of being beat and tortured and hit by cars and abused all ways that you can think of other than sexual. But I'm being honest, I've never been sexual abused. Not in the manner that you would think. But I've been abused sexually by women because what I look like now is not because I can't eat or get big. It's just I don't eat that garbage like I would and be all thick and puffy with a chunky butt. You know, I would look like the rest of these guys, nice and thick and much. I could get like that. I could. But I don't want to be attracted. I don't want to attract anybody because of that look. My attraction will come from my mind and from my heart and from the results of how we walk with the Most High. That's our attraction. That's our law of attraction. But you rebel. So that's why you're not getting a new name, Israel. Only people who conquered wrestling with the Most High is going to get a new name, and that's in Revelations. But hold on, what does it say? Where in the Bible say, let's get that. We're going to make sure that, we're going to leave that up there so they'll know the difference between Joshua and salvation and what the Most High said. Abraham, you know, that thing. What's that? What was the question? What was the question? Fine, so written off. What was the question? Man, what was that just at? What was that just at? What was that just at? Add to with my word. Oh, the photos. Alright, photos. Alright. I did this before too. Israel's first rebellion. I did this a long time ago. Damn, I gotta do this again. Children of Jacob's first rebellion against their God. Now, rebellion against God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Okay? The rebellion against the God of what? Abraham, Noah. See, this is what y'all missing. See, this is the difference between the rest of you guys and those who earn that extra wisdom to go further than the rest of the herd or the rest of the crowd. Because this would read different. The God of who, because Abraham remained in the house of Noah. So technically, right? Technically, it should read, rebelling against the God of Noah, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But you don't get that. You know why? Because the word Jew. Rebellion against the God. Let's see who did this. Right here is itching. I know y'all upset. Don't worry about it. So rebellion against Noah, the God of Noah, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Not the God of Israel. Not the God of Judah. Not the God of Jesus, or the God of Abraham. See what I'm saying? While he's doing that. While he's doing that. Uh-oh. Something happening here. Something's happening here, y'all. Shit froze. Shit froze. Alright. Let's get back to this. Alright. Oh no. So rebellion against the God of. Come on, man. Can we get this in here? Can we get that in there, please? Can we get that in there? Oh, you goddamn what control commercials. Okay. Now. Yeah, for commercial blockers, man. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, I mean, motherfucker, ad block, man. This motherfucker fucking my shit up. You know what? That's a distraction. Alright. We're having a meltdown right now. I don't know, because for some reason, when I'm on the computer, when I'm on this PCU, this shit just glitch. Oh, let's get out of that. Okay, now. You know they say Jews. Alright? The Jews are the chosen people. But there's nowhere shit, come on, man. It's some bullshit, though. Now, there's nowhere in here it says about any Jews. So we're going to go to the next flick. I ain't got time for that. Alright, so nowhere it mentioned anything about Jews. Abraham, none of that. None of that. I don't see Jew in there. I don't see Israelite. None of that. But it says after Abraham and Noah, these children, there's something different. Right? Shit. Yeah, sure, I got a lot of shit on here. Oh my gosh. Somebody fucking my shit up. Alright, alright. Okay, here we go. Where's that story at? Now here's critical concerning the sun worship of Abraham. And Abraham saw the sun shine upon the earth, and Abraham said unto himself, surely now the sun that shines upon the earth, because understand, sun worship, raw, Egypt. Egypt is not even born. Is Egypt born yet? Egypt is in its young stage right now. Cush, Mizraim, they're building right now. Yes, they're in the infancy stage. Cush is predominantly the bigger part, but they're rebuilding right now. And upon the earth is God, and him I will serve. So yeah, Abraham saw the sun, but he said, okay, I will serve him, and thought. And Abraham served the sun in that day, right? So he went on and he served the sun. And he prayed to him, to the sun worship. And when evening came to the sun, set as usual, Abraham said within himself, surely this cannot be God. It's a small g. So obviously it can't be Jesus. It can't be a God at all. It can't be a deity of anything. He realized that. Like I realized that. Like soon you will realize this. And Abraham still continued to speak within himself, who is he who made the heavens and the earth, and who created upon the earth? Where is he? And the night darkened over him, and he lifted up his eyes towards the west. Okay, we read that. Going up. Okay, we read that. Flying monkeys. We just read that. Alright, now. There's just some important things. Piece of the ground to build the city and the tower they sought in the whole earth. Alright? And they found none like one valley at the east of the land of Shinar. About 2 days' walk they journeyed there, and they dwelt there. And they began to make bricks and burn fires to build the city and the tower that they had imagined. See, this is an imagination. Alright? To complete. These are black people right here. Okay? These are black women, men and women. The pale skin is doing what they was born to do. And yes, on 4 legs, had fur. They was out with their cousins and uncles, the Neanderthals, the Yoslings. They was breeding their type of species. That is no doubt. That's why sodomizing and theozoology was born. Because theozoology is for them to understand the nature of the human part of the beast. That's the opposite of the beast gene. They have a small human gene, but it cannot overrun the nature of the beast gene, because there's a particular code that's not in them that is in man, who has no beast gene in it, or no type of animal gene, though it looks as if. So now, and the tower of the tower was unto them a transgression, and the sin. So Jesus wasn't even around when the word sin or Nimram's sin was around. And I'm going to get that for you. What the hell?
Fair use.
Sheesh.
Fair use.
Oh, wrong thing. Check this out, y'all. So, Mesopotamia, Nama. This is what we call the sin culture. Where's you at? Ishtar, sin culture. Sin. See, these are the sinners. Nama, the goddess. See, these are sin cultures. Now, we'll try this. Now look, we'll do Nimram Sim. None of you guys teach about the Ibra tablets. Nimram Sim. YouTube, Nimram Design Motion. Nimram. Right. There we go. Now, when you say a sinner, these are the remnants of Babylon who brought you your world religion. Nimram sin. You see the 8-pointed star? So now, the building the tower was unto the transgression and sin. What? You see the transgression? You see the tower up to the heavens? Look what he said. And they began to build it where they were building against the Most High of heaven. They imaged in their hearts to war against him and to send to heaven. Israel and Ishmael, this is the nature of your sun, moon, worship. Why? Because he said, do not worship no other gods. Why? Because these gods wanted to make war in heaven and to take God's throne. This is why you shall not worship no other fucking gods. But y'all done made it so damn difficult. Millions of people shed blood for no damn reason. Golly, man, I tell you. Heartbreaking. Let's just swallow that in real quick. I just want to show you in history the tower, the heavens, and Nimrod sin, because it says what? Sin, who's that? Nimrod sin, who was what? The seed of Nimrod, Babylon, because really if you look at it, he's from a distance. He's up close, but the tower is in a distance. And he can see himself in that tower warring against the gods, against the Most High. He got the horns. He's on his way to war against the Most High. The Most High Yahweh of heaven. Because Yah and God is another name for Allah. Yahweh of heaven. But Nimrod, the transgressor, the sinner, the Christian, the Israelite, the Ishmaelite, the black man, the white man, the black and white woman, male, female, child, they began to build it in which they were building against the Most High of heaven. And they imagined in their hearts to war against him and to ascend into heaven. That's why the scriptures say, you can't come through the gate, come over the gate. There's a fiery serpent right there guarding this. You're not getting past that, Pepper. There's guardian angels. Why? Because you imagine in your heart to war against the Most High and his children. You imagine this in your heart. How we know you imagine it in your heart? Because of this right here. Deliverance means Joshua, not Hosea. The first four of Jacob's children belonged to Leah. Okay? Through Leah. Okay? The first four is Leah. That's a different relationship, man. You know how old they are before Rachel has her two babies? Before she died? Jacob don't like Leah, but he had 4 children by her. He had no choice after 7 years. Fuck. So now, the the last two of Jacob's belonged to Rachel. What's between 4 and 2? 7 children that was not family. Like the children of Noah had daughters that was not family. They were from other familiar tribes or familiar bloodlines. That's why Abraham had what? Many seeds. Abraham was not before Noah. Noah must have lived a long ass time to see Abraham, right? So Abraham, Shem, Ham, Japheth, and Canaan had a dialogue. There was a written book left there. Especially it is written that Noah saw Abraham. But you don't teach this in your Hebrew, in your Israelite schools. Y'all don't teach people that. You want them stuck on Satan. And that's why y'all refuse to get on here and debate us on this fact. You ain't going to. Would be nice. Would be nice. But you ain't. Rebellion against God. Who did this? So, the beginning, why do so many people in the world hate Jews? Why is there so much anti-Semitism worldwide? Nations world. Bad information. Propaganda. Last thing you can read is just a straight propaganda. So we'll get out some look, we'll get out of that. What was Israel's first rebellion? Oh, how did Israel end up in Egypt? That's what it was. Right. I didn't do shit. Stop, nigga, stop. Oh, God. Children of Jacob's first rebellion against God? No. Children of Jacob's I know what. Israel slaves. Let's start with that. Okay, so how did they become slaves in Egypt? Would that be the first slavery? Okay, would that be the first slavery, or would Persia be the first slavery? That would be Egypt. Okay. We're going to go with that. We're going to go with Egypt. What did they do? What did they do? Bible Gateway. What did they do? Here are the names of Israel's children who went to Egypt with Jacob. Now you notice everybody's a slave but Joseph. This is why we don't like Israel. Lights. See, because this is Israel. But this is the Savior. The Savior comes out of the line of Joseph. How we know? Because he saved these niggas. Judah over here. Let me get something for we'll keep you there. Oh no, shit. Fuck me. I don't want to take notes though. Okay, so Judah, right, is up there. So now, after all said and done, you are one who helped what? One who helped or saved other Hebrew women. Hold up. Judah is up here, right? Joseph is here, was already in Egypt, chilling. All right? So, niggas get jealous, like Judah, Egypt. We're gonna put them in this little funny color here. See, because they got something in common. See, this black man here, Judah, and this black man here, Egypt, they got something against this man right here. I put him in the green. I put him in the green. Yeah, you put him in the green. That's the money. See, these two niggas here. See, he got a couple of his brothers to sell Joseph, right? He makes money in somebody else's hood when he supposed to be on crack and shit, right? And he come up, man. He make a name for himself, you know what I mean, in the hood where he sold him to, right? Like, all right, cool. So now, a new king come to Egypt, rightfully so, and he says, Joseph don't mean shit to him now. And he said to his people, these Israelites, alright, because he associating Joseph with these niggas. Alright? See, because they look alike. They, you know what I mean? They got some type of swag or some type of dress code. Some type of way they bop their head. Or, you know what I mean? They got some type of, they different. You know a nigga, you know, they look like you, but you like, he different. You know a nigga from down south versus somebody from up north. East Coast, West Coast. You know, they look like you fresh to me, they cool, but you just know they different, they're still your brother. But he knew they was different, but they brothers. So he said, you know what? All them niggas dressed like that is too many for us. This is where you get the Israelite concept. Joseph was living like his father Jacob as a Hebrew, because it says the God of what? Hold on, let me get that right. Let me get that. I'm not going to use Yahweh, but to each his own. So when you look at this, it's all going to make sense. Now you read this here, the traditions. What the hell just happened? Alright. The traditions of Abraham religions. What's Abraham's religion? What is a Hebrew Muslim? Who is a Hebrew Muslim? We're about to show you, man. Scripture. Okay? We're not going to keep going through this bullshit, y'all. We're not. Now. Shit. What just happened? Remember that? Well, let's y'all remember that. Oh boy. And yes, this is all in my head, y'all. It's all in my head. Yes, it is. You say, how you remember all this shit? Just live it. Alright. So we know that this tower, right? This tower, imagine no hearts to war against the Most High, and it's sitting in heaven. So there's the tower in the distance, and he's wanting to war against the Most High in heaven. Right? So, go back to this. Oh, it's too far. Where's he at? Never find a pro. He's with Noah. There you go. So let's confirm these two stories real quick. Abraham remained in the house of Noah. slap it a little bit. We want to make sure we line this up. We'll make sure we get the names in here. Hear the name of Israel, children who went to Egypt with Jacob, the God of Noah, Abraham, and Jacob. Judah wanted to kill Jacob's son Joseph, one of his last two of his born children. He's guilty of wanting to do that. This Egyptian wants to kill Jacob's, one of his last born. So now we got Judah and Egypt with the frequency of wanting to murder Jacob, the bloodline of Abraham, the bloodline of Shem, the bloodline of, well, Shem's not in here, so we'll say Noah. For some reason, Shem is not in there, but Abraham, Jacob, he skipped Shem. But I guess Abraham will be in the house of Shem, so I guess that will cover that connection with Noah and Abraham, because he's in the house. Because it did says what? Abraham remained in the house of Noah, which will be handed down to the house of Shem, and there knew the Most High. And that house of Abraham and Noah. So, what's the religion of Noah? Can't be Yahweh, because he wasn't there at the time. So, where do we find this information now? Abraham religion. What we got here? Abraham's religion. Okay. Let's move this over here some more. We'll keep that there. It's cool. Bang. Do not add or take away from my word, man. Now, for some reason, y'all keep associating Abraham's religion with all your fuck shit. You ain't got no part of Judaism and Christianity. Stop saying that, please. God damn it. There we go. What is Abraham's religion? The religion of shit. Screw what the heck? Oh man, this is going bonkers here. Alright. You know what? Y'all got the gist of it. Traditions of Abraham's religion. Noah. Right? The God of Abraham, Noah, and Jacob chose Joseph, not a Judah who gets with Egypt and kills Jacob's seed. So you continue on being what? Rebels. What did it say? Boom, right here. Rebels And that generation forgot the Most High. Judah forgot the Most High. Oh, let me get this out. You know what? Y'all got the gist of that. Y'all gonna rewind it. But we're gonna get on your asses with this though. So, Judah and Reuben, they forgot the Most High's main man. Put that in green. This is the Most High's go-to guys. But you go-to guys decided to break his heart that you, distant kinfolk, but since both of you greedy, Judah, greedy Egypt, you say, you know what? Since I sold your brother, and y'all wanted to pitch in and sold your brother, the Most High of Abraham and Noah, who flooded the world, put you motherfuckers in slavery. And it says this: Joseph was already in Egypt. Joseph and all his brothers died, so did all their children. And the people of Israel had many children. See, Joseph and all his brothers died and their children. What this say? All the children forgot the Lord all the days of his life. That's the prophecy. And all the generation forgot the Most High and served other gods. How we know? Because the people of Israel had many children, right? The number of them greatly increased. There were so many of them that they filled the land with what? Rebellion. With what? Serving other fucking gods. With what? Forgetting the Most High. And what? Forgetting the days of the Most High. Of whose life? Abraham and Noah's. And Jacob's. Israel has forgotten all that shit. To this very fucking day. Taking on holy names, they ain't earned that shit. Man, don't go shut all them schools down, man. Stop misleading the people. But then a new king came into power. Joseph didn't mean anything to him, see? This was God's punishment. Look, he said to his people, the Israelites, these rebellious niggas, these niggas that worship wood and stone and gold and pussy and everybody else's shit, but their own fucking God, their own fathers, they want to worship our shit. So the Most High said, okay, you motherfuckers, you want to do what? You should not add to my word which I command you nor take from it. Alright, you motherfucking bastards. You're bastards. So the Egyptians have put slave drivers over the people of Israel. Hello, white daddy. This ain't about being no motherfucking coon. He put niggas as your slave masters. Where do you think white daddy got his methods from? And just the nigga slave master that was your brother, he got too big-headed, aka Judah and Egypt. Y'all sold a motherfucking body into hell. Called Greece. And this is where the Jew was born, because now he took over the fucking priesthood and the motherfucking inheritance. He took heaven and earth right from under your nose. You dumb motherfuckers. Happy hustle, Grecians, Greco-Romans. And yes, all the Jews of the planet, man. Happy hustle. I'm just glad I'm not you. The slave drivers treated them badly and made them work hard. Niggas, you still working hard today. Israelite, Ishmaelite, Christian, Mr. Black Liberation, Mr. Grand Teacher, Mr. Grand Sheik, Mr. King, Oscar and Fame, king erase your head, will you tabula rasa the hearts of the innocent? You erase the desire to want to know the Most High from the hearts of children. Job, you should, let me chill out. See how it changes? See, this is where you know who's switching up. Because now it says there were 2 Hebrew women. Where's the word Jew at now? You know why? Because Hebrew is synonymous with Noah, Abraham, and the God of Jacob. You know why it's Hebrew? Because we didn't rebel. You know we're Hebrews? Because we don't serve other gods of wood, stone, bitches, hoes. We ain't buying booties, fake nails. We ain't doing none of that shit. If God ain't give it to you, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. But an Israelite will buy all that shit. They tell you to put fringes on your nuts. I'm not saying they're bad, because I let them make it with fringes myself, but some of y'all just took that shit too far. And watch them, and they get into the citizen positions and have their babies and kill the boys. Who did that? Black on black crime. See, right here, we'll go back to here. That's your black brother, Judah. That's your black brother, Egypt. That's your black brother. Y'all wanted to kill Joseph. So Judah, you wanted to kill your brother, but you ended up sending him to slavery. So what God did, that's why he named you Israel, is because you rebel, he put all you niggas into slavery under another black man. And he is some form of Israelite too, because he rebelled against some shit. That's why he said, you motherfuckers is too many. So he rebelled. So this is right on time for Judah, Israel, and his rebellion. Everybody get their ass whooped. How we know? Cause kill the boys. Why is there so many black men in jail? Because we're going to kill the boys. And we're going to change the Hebrew women into what? Black African successful women. And give them Jesus. Why have you done this? Why have you let the boys live? The woman answered Pharaoh, Hebrew women are not like the women of Egypt. They didn't say Jew. Women. This Pharaoh, this princess, this king of Egypt could have said any fucking name on the planet other than Hebrew women. You know why? Because of the God of Noah, Abraham, and Jacob, and Joseph, the green team. This is the green team. Jacob, Joseph, Noah, Abraham. Write this down. Look at what Abraham means, Noah means, Jacob, and Joseph means. And see what story you get out of that. And ask yourself, who is your brother's keeper? I'm just a servant, man. I don't like being a servant. Keeps me busy. I don't like sitting around. Because you know, when you being served, you'll end up being lazy, and time will fly by, and you'll be too fat in the head or too fat in the spirit to move around, and you won't be able to get through the needle. That was a spiritual inner joke. But the worse the slave driver treated the Israelites, the more Israelites there were. So the Egyptians became afraid of them. They made them work hard. They didn't show them any pity. So you know what the white man did today? He said, we're going to slow this shit up. Use eugenics and some motherfucking drugs. How we know? Help the other Hebrew women. Watch them. Hebrew women. I don't see Jew nowhere. Moses, the Hebrew, get your way right. Here we see we get it. Look. Where is the Jew? Right there. Like, where do you get this black Jew shit from? Where do you get this black Israelite? Moses is not even an Israelite. Some parts of me tell me that the Israelites died off with the 12 tribes, with the first 12, the first 13 children. That was the end of Israel. The Israelite don't come until the seed of the original 13. This is where you get the ite. Alright? This is where you get the conversion. Because now, on the right of the screen, it says they rebel. They rebel, remember? The prophecy from Abraham to Noah to Jacob that the children will rebel, somebody made up that Jacob's name is Israel. No, it means rebel. The angel told Jacob that your sins is going to rebel and end up in slavery. And he told him who was going to rebel, I bet. I wouldn't doubt if Abraham or Noah told Abraham who was going to rebel. Because nowhere does it say Jacob was upset about Judah and their son and Joseph in the slavery. I think Joseph kind of knew. But Judah didn't know that his dad knew what the fuck he was going to do. How we know? Check this out. Check this out, right? This is going to confirm that. Jacob blesses Joseph before he dies. Oh, you just gonna put on anything in that bitch. You fuck up my algorithm. No.
According to curlittles.com, study finds marijuana more damaging.
How you know I was smoking weed? Oh, that's some bullshit. Shut up. You fucking with me. I'm allowed to smoke weed, bitch. Leave me alone. You ain't gonna tell me I can't smoke weed. You don't shut the fuck up. Mind your business. You better leave me alone. This is stressful. God damn it. And I ain't taking none of your drugs. Shit. According to the internet, marijuana, shut the fuck up. This was me. You hear that bullshit? How they clicked? Motherfucker clicked in? Nah, look at that. And it got me distracted and shit. That's probably what happened. Oh, yeah. Jacob blesses. Jacob blesses Joseph before death. Check this out. This is how we know. Jacob blesses his sons? No. No. Jacob blesses Joseph. That's sons. Joseph. Just Joseph. No, just Joseph. God damn. Shit. Hope I can get through it though. want to hear Joseph's sons. Shit, nobody want to hear Jacob blesses. Okay, we will go with this. Jacob. Oh, I know what. We'll try this. We'll try this. This is going to answer all the hostility in Israel. That's what I say. I think something tells me Israel died out. That's why there is no 12, 13 tribes of Israel. There is no, I think they died out, and it makes sense. Because when you read this, it says that in the book of Jasher, they died out. The sons of Jacob died, and their sons died. There's another generation that came, and those are not Israelites. That's a different generation. It says all the generations forgot the Most High, so they forgot about Abraham, Noah, Jacob. They're beyond Israel now. There's something else, and they had to be removed off the land. And this is why they've been sprouted out over and over. But because they have that gene or code of Abraham and Noah, it has to come out by nature. Thus, I'm going to pour my spirit. You'll see. Jacob, favorite son. Jacob, favorite son. Joseph. See what I'm saying? His first 4 children, he didn't give a fuck. If you're Judah, you're pissed, nigga. Stop fronting. Why was Joseph Jacob's favorite son? Here's why. Because he was the only son of his favorite wife until Benjamin was born. Other than his favorite, look. Other than these 2 reasons right here. Jacob don't give a fuck. He came there for Rachel in the first place. He ended up with 11 niggas. I didn't sign up for that. I come through the hood. I see that what's up. Man, I see a little shorty. We hit it off. And now I'm stuck with this chick with, now we get 4 kids with her. Now she want me to fuck her friend. And this is y'all. Oh, hell no. And as soon as I get a child that I really want, from the woman that I really want, I get a second one, we ready to move on with our life, she fucking die. So yeah, I'm not fucking with Leah, Judah, none of them. I ain't giving you shit. You made it hard on my woman. Your mother's made it hard on my woman. Because she couldn't have no babies and I couldn't touch her because your father, and I had to respect your dad and your culture, Israel. That wasn't a Hebrew way of life. That was a moon worship or a sun worship way of life. That was you what? Rebelling against God. That was you worshiping other gods in wood and stone. That was you serving other gods. That was you forgetting the ways of the Most High. How we know? Because Judah wanted to kill Joseph. For the simple fact, what? That Joseph's mama and Joseph and Benjamin was more special to their father than they was. Where do you think the movies get that shit from? Why do you think niggas are so happy to get into Hollywood and play the next murderer like the pale skin? Because it's in them to be that dumbass shit. All these Israelite gangs and these Ishmaelite gangs, which is cool, but keep it gangstified. And they say if you're going to live that life, then you have to follow Abraham, Noah, Jacob, Joseph, Isaac, blah, 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 all the way down the line. And that's the whole of the law. Like the Satanism, that's the whole of the law. And I know you will. Because it's the Most High's will that shall be done. Not my will. I pray that my will is in the will of the Most High. And if it's even valuable, aka will within a will. Somebody gave you a will, they spelled it W-H-E-E-L. What if it was W-I-L-L? As in William. Let's get on, let's move on. So now, so Egypt here, the Hebrew, a Abraham, Noah tradition man, right? God of Noah, who is what? Biblical source traditions, who is what? Where's that at? Where's that at? Where we at? Who is, excuse me, who walked with God, Noah, and Abraham, according to the story. Where's that at? According to the story, right? He walked with Abraham, ran in the house. That's their God. He agreed with God about what? His own sin. See, don't make it no more than what it is. He walked with God. He agreed with the Most High Yah, the evil of his own sin. See, Noah is the first Hebrew, and he turned from what? His own fucking sin. And what he do next? He trusted the Most High for grace, mercy, and this, that, and this motherfucking third. Noah don't have fringes on. Noah don't have a Torah. Noah doesn't have a Tanakh, a Quran, a New Testament. Glory, glory, glory. My heart feels so good as I process what we just shared with you guys. See, because I didn't even know Noah agreed with the Most High about his about the evil of his own sin. Because that's what I do. I'm like, Papa, you know the evils of my heart, man. Don't, please protect me and guide me, man. Don't let situations come where I lose control of that. But grant me some mercy and time to work on it as best that I can remember, or just share some grace on me. Noah was not without sin, but he found favor with the Most High because he walked with the Most High, and he agreed with the Most High about the evil of his own sin. He turned from it and trusted the Most High for his faith. So this is the religion of a Hebrew Muslim, aka Abraham. Sell everything you fucking got and follow we. Not me. We. I took the M and me and came into the W and took the E for that energy and made it we. See where we're going with this? So now, we understand what the Hebrew, Abraham, Noah, and who God walks with, because Abraham, Noah, Jacob, Isaac, Joseph, God has walked with them. So there's a bloodline of this shit. Not no spooky record. Not no none of that weird shit. There's a bloodline of us. And if I'm one, shit. Praise the Most High. I didn't know. Because you know about what we do. Not about what we say, how we live, and how we treat people. And we'll get the same results as our grandfathers. And why? Because we honored our grandfathers and we honored our mothers. How? Because we serve the Most High Yahweh, the God of Noah, Abraham, Jacob, Joseph, Isaac, Moses, and the prophets. Known and unknown, heard of and unheard of, thought of and unthought of, and the ones in the future, and the ones today. Selah, Salute Kumrai. Arise, little girl. Let's go. So we got that. Let's get back into this. So that confirms this. This confirms Hebrew Muslim, the action, the scriptures, Book of Jasher, about the life of Abraham and Noah. And how they became Israel in prophecy. It was manifested. Israel died out. And these children were prophesied to do what? Go into a deeper sin where they would literally be kicked out of their paradise. Like Satan was kicked out of heaven. Cain was kicked out of his place. And there's a pattern here. All you motherfuckers keep getting kicked out. And the Hebrew Muslim is that remaining remnant. The 144, which is the DNA. I taught that to y'all already. I may or may not share it with you again, pending the Spirit. So now, where we at? That's Proteus. So we want to take a station break and let you get used to what modern Hebrews is becoming. Alright? So you want to jump on the Judah bandwagon? This is what you are. Flying monkey is a phrase sometimes used in a popular psychology. You see that? I'm going to start it over. And a popular psychology to describe people who are acting at the behest of another to control a targeted individual. It is a metaphor taken from the Wizard of Oz, where the wicked witch or warlock of the West or United States or the hood or the ghetto, whatever one you want to pick, use winged monkeys, or in the black version, biker gangs, to carry out evil deeds on his or her behalf. Okay? This is the new phrase for the remaining rebellious ones out of the seed of Israel. Those rebellious ones. See, there's a level of rebellious ones. The original, the ones that wasn't so rebellious, but they was rebellious, they died out. Y'all, the young got so rebellious, the original rebellious ones said, man, fuck this. Because you're doing it today. The hell is that? What the hell? I don't see anybody smoking. I don't figure that. Why my speaker? Why my shit hot? Somebody's getting mad. It's a spirit. Yeah, for real. It's like, cause when we get into things like this, shit get the fucking off. Because the wicked ones know this. See, as long as y'all believe in Judah's wickedness, that's fuel. It's like a porthole to them for the wickedness. As long as Joseph never falls, that seed never touches the other end of the spectrum. But when those 2 points touch, that's when she's gonna hit the fan, and it's getting that close. And we're working hard for the shit to hit the fan. We can't wait till the great apocalypse. So Most High go ahead, and the angels go ahead, and everything that's supposed to be cleansed off this planet, replanted in good places, and so, you know. And it may be in our time, or at least 10 years after I'm dead. You know, about old age, whatever. But anyway, Joseph, not Judah. So if Jacob made Joseph his favorite son, and God was with Jacob, why would he use Judah? That's why we don't fuck with Israel. And we don't fuck with Ishmael like that either, because y'all help him with that shit. Remember, because you're the ones that bought us. And then traded us to the Egyptians. Our distant cousins. Hey, in Chicago, same type of cousins back then as today. New York, don't feel bad. LA, Texas. You come out black on black crime, it ain't nothing new. Believe you me. That's why the Most High let the Pelican make laws govern our black on black crime. We used to slaughter each other. Thousands of years, all we did was slaughter each other. The Most High had the brain so they didn't look like us. The justice. Most High was brilliant. That's when I went around Pelicans, man. I'm like, man, now I can see the work. I can see the Most High's work through them. I don't have nothing, like, I can just see it. But yeah, I can see the blessings that come through us who are working on creating that personal relationship with the Most High. So that's that works both ways. Go for the greater glory of the Most High. Let's continue through this. So I had to make that pit stop real quick. Alright, where you at? Let's get this. 12 o'clock. We're up 4 hours. Alright, we'll be cool. Proteus. Do this with that. Alright. So we did that. Now, understand Crete, Nile River, Poseidon, Greek mythology, prophetic old man of the sea, meaning people, and shepherd of the sea's flock. Alright, so it's the people's children. E.g., seal. Seal the what? The people's children, their flock. Prophetic old man of the sea means people, and the shepherd of the people, the shepherd of the seas, or the people's children, or flock, or seal, or seals. He was a subject to the sea god Poseidon, and his dwelling place was either the island of Paphos, near the mouth of the Nile River, or the island of Carthagena between Crete and Rhodes. So there is a plan for what? A prophetic old man, a shepherd, flocks, seals, because we had the see of the Catholic Church, the Holy See. The old man, prophetic, Proteus. Research that. Which leads us to the birth of black history. And they began to make bricks and burn fires, but this tower, and they imagined the complete. Oh, we went over that already. The thing is, they imagined their hearts to war against him, who? The Most High, and to ascend to heaven. This is their whole program. And according to their works and designs, those who said we will ascend to heaven will serve the gods will turn like apes. I'm going to do a recap for you, because I didn't have it at the time. So you notice, I showed y'all this yesterday. Alright, we got that. Alright, we got that. Alright. We got it. We're still on. Okay, cool. And I notice 86 records for Yoselin. Birth, marriage, deaths, military records, immigration records, census voters list, bull. Yoselin name means historically surname involves many what sort of people group. Yoselin family history. Surnames. Gosling, Gusling, Jocelyn, Yoshino. These are the tribes of Yoselin. Okay? Many of modern children's dictionary can be traced back to Britain and Ireland. Yoselin. Now, remember we showed you. Yoselin family records. Hold your breath. Check this out. see it. Shit. I found it. Ah. I know we put music behind it, but I don't want, what do you call messing with it. So, we understand that Yoselin, name meaning Yoselin, is at Ancestry.com. Now this is the time of Noah. This is the time of Abraham and Jacob. He probably was a little piss fart. But nonetheless, the story goes, black man, according to the works of design, those who said we were sent to heaven, black man, black woman, and serve our gods, because what? Your gods and goddesses, because you told you in Egypt. That's why Egypt put you in slavery, and when Egypt put you in slavery, you and Egypt thought you were this shit. Now y'all both went into slavery by the Greeks. And then when the Greeks thought they was the shit, they went into this little mixture with the Romans. Then when their head got too big, then somebody whooped their ass. Their head got too big with their ass. America got her head's too big. Now her ass kicking is coming next. We're running out of place to run from when you get your ass kicked. That's all. We run out of real estate, nigga. But it says, we will send to heaven and serve our gods. Became like apes. See this? Yoselin. What is a Yoselin? Okay. Yoselin falls asleep fast, hard day finds himself, from folklore to a beast of the forest. The land, about the land of the children of God. Who's this? The land and the children of God. Abraham. Noah. The children of God was Abraham and Noah. But these niggas, right, became like apes and elephants, and those who said we will smite the heavens with arrows. That's why you got so many gods on the planet. That's why you don't know shit. The Most High Yah killed them. It was the first black on black crime by using a method, because one man threw the hand of his neighbor, and the third division of those who said we were sent to heaven to fight against him. The Most High scattered them throughout the earth. Who got scattered throughout the earth, man, other than motherfucking Israelites? This is a different story now, Israel. Is this not a different motherfucking story? When you mention Hebrew and Israelite in the same voice, and I'm saying, why you keep calling us in your shit? If the enemies don't want you, what you think we want you for? When your enemies don't want you, you know the Most High done with you. What we gonna do? Break the Most High's will to get our ass whooped with you? Is you crazy? I'm not going to hell. I don't need no help going to hell. Anybody listening? Anybody paying attention? You can go to hell for somebody else, man. Well, we're already in hell. But you could be condemned. You could be damned to a world that that's gonna always be there. You just sitting in that fucking bubble. Like a baby is never gonna be born in a dead mother's womb. Yeah, you start figuring some shit out. Can you imagine dying in this world just to be born in a dead womb somewhere else? Waiting to die in something that's already dead? I'm cool. But this came to me. That's scary as fuck. Let's move on. So we know this is confirmed like apes, Yosling in the Colburn Bible. 3 distinct names of what a beast is that the black man has been turned into. Gorilla pimp. Elephants. When they went down to India. That's why India's got all the elephants. And that's why Sanskrit is one of the most ancient language, because that's one of the original of the Babylonian rebellion nigger shit. With monkey boys and elephant boys. Buddha got an elephant head, and some of the other gods got 8 heads. Matter of fact, I think I'm lying. Show you other history. So y'all think this is some bullshit, huh? Y'all think it's some bullshit. Ape and elephant gods in Hindu religion. I said ape, but we'll just get some pictures. Fuck it. Let the culture speak for itself. Let the culture speak for itself. Boom. Right here. Matter of fact, and what was the odds of both of them being on the same sheet? See the fingers? See the monkey face? So now, according to the works and designs, Hindu, India, Indians, American Indians, Red Man, Shemites, intelligence, spirit. So, some of these people we will ascend in heaven and serve our gods. See, they wasn't elephants and monkeys yet. The Pelsky wasn't on all fours yet. His degeneration didn't come yet. But it wasn't until we would ascend to heaven and serve our gods became like apes. Right here. With the ideology of the tower and how things went around in the palm of their hands. When it wasn't like looking like this. And elephants. Because they would never forget their previous state. And so through this previous state, they would learn to meditate on that, on the decisions. So that's why they take this on his personality. These are personalities. And they became like apes and monkeys. They became like apes and monkeys in nature. And eventually, metaphorically. And we will smite the heavens with arrows, right? Smite the heavens with arrows. Let's see if we can find that. See the trident, the elephant, the blue, many hands, arrows. See the arrows, monkey. See if we can find another one. Trident, form of an arrow. It's not a monkey, but the fact that it has four heads, four corners of reality, four pillars of the oceans. I'm just looking at the pictures. So you can look at the fire, wisdom, the monkey, the elephant, the dark or the cold side of oneself. The same thing with the other moon side of oneself, with the life force, earth, fire, more earth, wisdom, same thing, with the regeneration of life behind it. Overseeing what they wanted to put in heaven. See, they wanted this stuff here on God's throne. They wanted this here, the lion head, on the Most High's throne. Not saying it is bad or good or right or wrong. It was the point that they wanted to replace the Most High with their gods. See? With their gods. See the gods? There's a Jesus in this. Why I show you this? Because of this. I showed you that because of this. Now remember, we will smite the heavens with arrows. The Most High killed them, right? So somebody got wiped out. That's it. I won't hear from them. One man through the hand of his neighbor. So, you know, when you got your own homie killing you, your neighbor's killing you and stuff like that, we're going through that now. The third division of those who said we will ascend to heaven and fight against God, the Lord scattered them. So how do you fight against the Most High today? But now practicing the Ten Commandments. Because then he'll scatter you amongst the heathen, and you'll be just like the days of old, like Noah said. And those who were left amongst them, when they knew and understood, they was moved off somewhere else. I wanted to show y'all something real quick. Hope it's up here. He's down some. Woo 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 woo. Woo 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 woo. See how that happens? When the black man and the black woman worship other gods. See what happens? Israel, Ishmael, Africa, America, Mr. President, dope fiend, no matter who or what you are, you're torn from the same cloth. I didn't make this up. They wanted to put their gods in heaven. See, look. You see a world in his hand? Put his God there. See the helicopter? Their God. See, look. God of all things. Where did we see that at before? Time out. Where did we see that before? Oh. I wonder if I can duplicate this. Yup. This is the shit. This is the shit. Thank you, Microsoft, Google. Glory be to the Most High. Come on. Fuck around. So you see, he put his God in there in Newsweek with the rainbow halo. Alright. Okay, what am I looking for? Ah, alright. Oh no. No. So we know the Yahshua is a beast. He was mixing with the children of God. The children of God to wander there in the sunshine, which is what? The children of Adam and Eve, and that's that and the third. Louis, the Yahshua also went there. Alright. You have done, which is forbidden and forgivable, because I think she laid with this Neanderthal or this beast man. Always give them the pussy. See? However, 2010 the Neanderthal known was 40 sequenced and compared to our own. Genetic sequence was written. Look. However, compared to our own, Caucasian whites interbred most with the Neanderthals. Not Hebrew Muslims, not Hebrews, but your Mongol Asians and Hispanics carry the second most Neanderthal. When we left and went down to Africa, we made sure that we did not mix with these Neanderthals. Right here. Now let's put this little puzzle together. Yosling, Caucasian, Neanderthals. Boom. like apes, elephants. And they said the blue skin, the pale skin. Hold up, let me find a different color skins real quick. We know they colored some things in too, but for the sake of argument. Now, hold up. We don't use that one. So we're going to do this. Here's their gods. Here was your black Hebrew Israelite God. Before y'all found out the other stuff. He was the black Hebrew president. Wrong. He was the first black Hebrew Israelite president. Wrong. He was the black African American president. Wrong. The black, wrong. But what he was, those who said we will smite the heavens with arrows, Lord, kill them one man through the hands of another's neighbor. And they said we will serve our gods. God of all things. We will ascend into heaven and serve our gods. We became like apes. See the ape? Y'all didn't know that, did y'all? You know why? Because you still keep arguing about if Jesus is real for the past 200 years. And it took you 200 years to keep asking if one nigga real. That's bad. And you ain't got the answer yet after 200 years? Really, you have to ask yourself, man. But 200 years, man. And nobody has pinpointed if big homie Jesus is real or not. I'm going to eat all my goodies. Yes, I am. I'm going to eat all my goodies. I'll be damned if I get fat, though. I'm not saying anything about anybody being fat. I'm just saying me. I'm going to regret this shit. Look at that, man. How many of your Islamic leaders, black man, white man, Christian leaders, question. We understand God's birthday was yesterday. Much respect. But we just want to ask all the black religious leaders and scholars, Barack Obama, how'd you get these people to vote for this guy, knowing he was going to do this? Are you still teaching? Regular Joe Schmo, you're exempt from this part. Respectfully exempt. We talking about these scholars just popped up out of nowhere after Trump lost office. No. After Barack Obama's first term. When Barack Obama first was running for president, I just want to ask you, where was your prophecy at then? Where was black Jesus or white Jesus at to tell you, do not vote for this guy because he's going to turn the American household into people who hate God. Look at it. Hold on. I want y'all to see that, man. The Caucasians was freaking these beings the most. Alright. We ain't mad at you, but that shit makes sense. Excuse me. Now we understand a lot of you got tails cut and just certain shit the way it is. Cause we have it right here. But the children of Israel, you rebellious motherfuckers. Oh my gosh. Y'all in trouble. I'll let you know. Keep blaming Israel if you want to. I'm warning you. There is no more Israel. Scripture says they died out. Israel was the 13 tribes. And they had their children. God was the children of Israel. The first tribe was the children of Jacob. Israel was for the future generation. They would keep on doing what? Rebelling. Like the Babylonians. They got scattered throughout the earth. Why? Because them, like the other nations, wanted to do what? Go up to heaven and remove the Most High. AKA Jacob I love, Esau I hated. There's a planter. Yeah. Two nations. One hit the other. Yeah, right here. Well, how we know many nations? One's apes, one's got turned elephants, and they're a Hindu religion. God, Gosling, DNA, Neanderthal, apes. All right. But not BBC. Okay. Here we go. Here's a confirmation. You Babylonian Israelites. You're not Hebrews. You're a bunch of damn misfits. Sorry to break it to you. They don't feel bad. I was a proud black Hebrew Israelite till I started studying and researching and saying, Father, I don't want to be like everybody else. What we supposed to be, what we supposed to do. I got to Revelations. He said you were given new names. And he said those who teach the commandments and live them, we call the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. And so that's the mission right there. So here, the Lord scattered. Israel was scattered throughout the earth because the people rejected God's covenant. The Lord scattered them throughout the earth. Why? Because we were sent to heaven and fight against him. And those who were left amongst them, when they knew and understood the evil which was coming upon them, they forsook the building, and they also became scattered. Hold on, y'all. Upon the earth. There you go. Matter of fact, so y'all can take this to y'all bishop and your deacon and all of them to ask them to justify this. That's all. Take a look at that though. Read it. Hell. Cool. We got a Yoselin, the monkey man, the ape, we got an elephant, and we got our blue white man sitting on the bull of Minerva, or the Greek god's bull, or the bull of Zeus. So that confirms the scattering throughout the earth of all these pyramids. Mr. and Mrs. Clowntastic. I'm only saying things like this because some of y'all students is foul when they don't know shit. So they're saying, you know what, I'm gonna go research it and come back. They just start blasting off on shit they don't know. Now y'all better be careful. They're gonna think y'all done set them up for failure. So when I paid all this money and didn't know this, they want their money back. Or your ass. False teacher. And false prophet. They want their money back. Ancient Israel was scattered. People who want to go against the Most High in heaven were scattered. So when Israel worshipped other gods, they won a war against God and they got scattered. When Israel, Ishmael, or anybody who praises worship anything other than the Most High, they stop building their city, they stop doing what they're doing, and they become scattered upon the face of the whole earth. Israel gets scattered throughout the what? The earth. These people got scattered throughout what? The earth. Nobody's teaching this in y'all Hebrew camps. Why? If they your brother, they love you, they master teacher and bishop, Don Corleone. What's up? If you go to the Church of Jesus Christ, they can validate this too. They'll tell you that's where we got it from. You were gone. Question is now, we will ascend to heaven and place our own gods there and serve them. Now, could those pyramids and them giant relics be war stations to war against the Most High? Oh no. A third report said, like the third frame from the sky, yeah, when they tried to go through the heaven, them niggas came back down to earth. The third of the angels fell, and we will ascend to heaven and smite him with bows and spears. And Yah knew all their works, like he knew the devil's thoughts, and all their evil, like he knew Israel's evils, thoughts, and he saw the city, which is Jerusalem, and the tower which they were building. Okay. Y'all acting up, I'm gonna have this smoke will tear down. I mean, don't taste too good right now. Now look, the Most High knew Jacob's children would reject, just like God knew their thoughts, and it came to pass. The Most High knew these Israel fuckers was gonna reject, right? So he scattered it. He knew he was gonna have to scatter them. It came to pass when they was building arrows toward the heavens, and all the arrows fell upon them, filled with blood. When they saw them, they said to each other, "Surely we have slain all those that are in heaven." See, they thought they killed anything that was all in heaven. Israel worships the sun, moon, and stars. They want to get up there and rule the sun, moon, and stars. So if Israel believed that they made it up there, then these guys who want to kill the Most High is ancient to modern Israel's gods. And from this was from the Most High in order to cause them to err. See, he causes error in order to destroy them from off the face of the ground, not the earth. And they built a tower in the city, and they did this thing daily until many days, years were elapsed. Where we at? I did that already. Here's this. And all the princes of Nimrod. See this? So let me bring this down. See, Nimrod and Nimram's sin is synonymous. Check this out. So you can see that Nimrod and his men took counsel together, Foot, Egypt, Cush, and Canaan with their families, and they said to each other, "Come, let us build ourselves a city, and in it a strong tower, and its top reaching heaven, and we'll make ourselves famous." You see that, black man? Black woman? Israel, Egypt, Mr. and Mrs. Clowntastic. Why y'all all have the exact same temples, the exact same gods, the exact same demons. You have the exact same shit. They just gave you different clothing. I'm trying to tell you, you're hard-headed. Game over. Yeah. So all this time, they got you arguing that the black man being treated bad because in the Bible, Ham said he's been cursed. Right there, I can't tell. Can't tell. Only way heaven gonna be cursed is because Nimrod over here, see, only way heaven can be cursed because Nimrod and his great men took counsel together. Nimrod and his great men. Who's his men? Cush, Nimrod, Cush. We got that. We got our Babylon, boom. The great builders of the city of Nineveh, Nimrod, Babylon, Tower, Nineveh, right? Chaldean, find some more. We got Shimon there. So here go, in case you don't want to believe what I'm showing you, there's the teachings right there. Alright? The oath of Nimrod, family. See that? See the connection? So you see the Jewish Emimium terrifiers, the Greek Titans, Egyptian colossal heroes, Chaldean is Dubars. So mixed realm is Egypt. Cush, what? Canaan. Israel worship every single god here. Stop playing. Let us make ourselves famed. See? They made themselves famous. This is the order of the chaos. Everybody who has the original plans of the building of the Tower of Babel will come back together and try and build it again. They learn from the last mistake. I almost said I will curse the ground. Now, he like, you know what? I gotta redo the whole planet. I gotta do the whole planet. Look at that, man. You gotta go read that shit. Because you might not see it again. You might not. So what happens is, they start killing each other. Come over and say, how you doing? When we talking to me like that, pow. When the builder took from the hands of his other neighbor's lime or stone, he did not order the builder would cast away and threw it upon his neighbor's head. Meaning, motherfucker, this stone is too heavy, and he dropped that bitch on his head. Couple niggas' heads. I ain't down, too far up. And many of them fall off this tower for all this type of pyramid scheme. They were down this manner, and the Most High punished them according to their works and your designs, building Babylon back up. Why would the Most High the Bible should read different now. This is a war against God's creation, and the shit that God didn't create, they got advanced, and now they were in war against the Most High and all the Most High's creation. That's why you got movies with friendly serpents, friendly monkey people, friendly dog people. Anything with life gotta go. Share some of this symbolism with you. Son, same thing. All same thing. All this is distraction. All these things are distraction. Basically, a lot of these are distractions for people who keep them preoccupied from the bigger picture. You can't have all of them, at least at this level, know too much. Or bricks store collapsing. We got some more icons, more history to confirm ancient pictures where ancient Greeks, took bricks back to Rome or Greece and built their own monoliths out of their enemies' structures. And here is the, how we say, Leave that alone. Like, now I have nothing to do with anything. But just do. They and them I'm going to use all these to torture your ass. If you don't worship your God. Speed up. So they got this. Samaria, Egypt. This is Samaria and Egypt all in one. What it said? Fuck you. Screw you. Screw you. I'm going to put my face up because the Greeks, unlike the Egyptians, made their gods in their own image. That is a Greek man's eye. It's not Egyptian. There ain't none of that. They made themselves God. That's what that eye is for. They separated themselves from the rest of the gods. And that's the nature of the chaos. Right here. As long as this chaos can engulf all of mankind, it justifies the results of one-mindedness. If all of them think it's the same, and there's one infection, you know eventually that infection is going to spread. I think that's the next mission they're trying. Now, Islam, black, Christianity, black. I forget what they say from, but black, black, black. Cool. There's only one that's originally from the soil of Africa. That black guy. They plotted against the Most High and the people of the Most High. How we know? Because Desmond Tutu said this. We're not saying bad or good. We're just saying when it comes down to black African American culture, politics, religion, and trying to reinvent some new moral codes, and supporting Africa this way ain't gonna get it. But he knocked off Malcolm, he knocked off Martin, and his band plays on. You want to read that for a minute, if I ain't saying nothing. Music up. At the picture's top. Next couple minutes.
So any man that says you're a liar, and I'm going to deal with you real good. So long, I saw it written, I learned it, and I say it, and there's nothing you or nobody else can do about it. I'm going to say what God said. Now, whatever God said, I'm going to say. Because God did preach the word, and this is the word, and I dare you to touch what I said. Now listen at this. Before we had any ancestors, there was God. Now I want you to follow me in the any man that says you're a liar, and I'm going to deal with you real good. So long, I saw it written, I learned it, and I say it, and there's nothing you or nobody else can do about it. I'm going to say what God said. Now, whatever God said, I'm going to say. Because God they preach the word, and this is the word, and I dare you to touch what I said. Now listen at this. Before we had any ancestors, there was God. Now I want you to follow me in the any man that says you're a liar, and I'm going to deal with you real good. So long, I saw it written, I learned it, and I say it, and there's nothing you or nobody else can do about it. They preach the word, and this is the word, and I dare you to touch what I said. Now listen at this. Before we had any ancestors, there was God. Now I want you to follow me in the any man that says you're a liar, and I'm going to deal with you real good.
Our Lady of the Castle has fallen. Our master has been killed. And the chief of the Toja Ninja, Shogun, violently betrayed your husband.
You're familiar.
Yes, he told
We got
us
10 more
all
commandments
he
doing
was
that.
going
That's 52 weeks in a year.
From behind.
anything than to die. You must live. You must defend your parents' death, the family name. Rest in you.
We thank you guys for joining us. What is what? 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 5 hours small presentation on Ishmael and Israel. And we Hebrew Muslims don't fuck with you because you war against the Most High. You teach people to do that. You promote it. You live it. And then when you get your ass whooped, you want to run to us Hebrews and want us to rewrite history as if you're not fuck-ups. And we're talking about family business. We ain't talking to the Palestinians and nobody else talking about family business. But nonetheless, because some of you mix with the Palestinians, they family business too. That's why it's written, we are the medicine to the nations, Hebrew Muslims. Don't forget the mission. To all Hebrew Muslims on the planet, we are the healing to the nations. We are the healing to Israel, because they're what? Scattered along with the nations. And they're scattered amongst the nations because they did exactly what the nations did too. So forget the Most High. So that's their punishment. I don't know why they ain't mad for getting punished. We thank you for joining us. We pray that this was insightful. We pray that you can get some things confirmed. We pray that some things been confirmed for you. We always say, if you can't research this, ooh, I ate too many M&Ms. I had a major sugar burst. Ooh-wee. Oh my goodness. Hold on, y'all. I know I ate that many M&Ms. I tried to keep smoking. I got a feeling I won't get fat if I stop smoking cigarettes. I think that's why I can't stop smoking cigarettes. I'm scared I'm going to get pregnant. I'm going to get pregnant by cardboard food. What's wrong with you, bro? Man, Procter and Gamble, somebody put female hormones in the food. Now I look pregnant. I think that's what that is. Somebody putting female hormones in the food. Got niggas looking pregnant out this bitch. I'm like, something's wrong with this. Why niggas looking pregnant? But anyway, let me get off this thing, man. I love you guys, man. But most of all, keep y'all safe. Like I said, I pray that this was insightful for you guys. I pray that things that you can't see, ask the Most High. I don't did that. Ask the Most High to grant you wisdom and permission to deal with it. Because a lot of things that you can't see, that's there, you don't want to play with. And it has patience. Something real quick. This is why I laugh at a lot of people who've never been an addict. Well, they're addicts, but to a substance. And I always say this, y'all all the worst. Y'all the worst, man. We just got to please stop that. And those who are not familiar, we ain't saying that you can trust everybody. Believe you me, we not saying that. No, nigga. Gonna call me, talk about, yeah, motherfucker, I'll listen to your video, your live stream, motherfucker. I tried your suggestion, and I came home and all my shit was gone, and I'm coming to live with you. And I'm gonna make you 1,000 while. I pray that never happens. Straight up. Because that's part of being responsible for what comes out your mouth. Because you get somebody that really believe what you're saying, they trust it. And here, they done lost their whole, damn, that shit swallowed up that quick. I gotta stop eating so much. Oh, maybe it's the sugar. I hope so. But yeah, because somebody you listen to your information caused them their livelihood. And it wasn't that they lost their livelihood, it's the fact that when they listen to you, they lost their livelihood because you wasn't living what you were saying. That hurts the worst. That'll get you murdered. So any first future telecasters, and it's gonna hurt. Oh, I forgot the peanuts went down in that hole. Damn. My peanut days is over with. Damn, I forgot about that. Shit. Excuse me, y'all. Woo. Hope that ain't gonna work. Damn. Oh, y'all. I don't know if I get this picture. I got this tooth broke into my jaw, and I don't want to go get it pulled out. They're gonna fuck some other shit up. And I got an infection from it. That's why I keep spitting. Anywho, I keep forgetting that there's a little hole where the tooth is broken in my skull, and it gets down in between my gums and start messing with my other teeth in the back. So I gotta push the fluid from being built up behind my gums, because the fluid shouldn't be behind your gums. So by nature, your body starts to attack that invader. So I gotta push it up to keep my mouth from hurting. That's why I tell some people, like, my teeth so messed up. Oh shit. That's gonna hurt too, man. Them light hit bitch. Hold on, y'all. Hey, your heads will go boom, boom. I'm fucked. I'm nigga down, man. Call the medics, man. He's fucked up. Alright, we'll worry. I bet not like another blunt, that's for sure. That's my fucking mouth hurt now. Smoke like 2 blunts, man. I be having munchies like hell. Now if I keep forgetting, I'm sitting here eating, I'm studying and researching, watching TV. You know how you be all into some shit and you just be eating and have been eating all day, and my whole shit got packed with food, and my fucking face hurt. God damn it, ain't one thing, it's another. Torture. Yeah, get off this motherfucking thing. It's 140. Something did come out though. Hurt like a motherfucker squeeze, but I ain't got too fake. Hebrew Muslims. Our God is the God of Samson, Samuel, all the prophets of the Abraham bloodline, Shem, and Noah, who stayed in remembrance of the Most High, with or without a Torah. Okay? With or without a Bible. Since everybody said, well, how was you living without the Bible? Well, go to Noah, Abraham, Shem, Cush, Nimrod, Hammurabi, all them. And that will tell you what was going on in the hood back then. They was all talking to each other. They was all friends. They was all, big as they was, you see, they weren't too far from each other for real. At our height, they was not far from each other. But if they was 300 pounds average heavier than us, then yeah, they live far as hell. I wasn't going to go see Noah either. If I'm this small and Noah's big as hell, I'm not walking all the way through his crib. One leg is like 5 car lengths. Shit, no. Like one step. You take 2 steps, that's 5 car lengths. I take 2 steps, that's the quarter panel. No. I'm catching jitney. I'm catching Uber. I told Noah, I'm getting the Uber, brother. I'll catch you up, nigga. I'll catch up. I don't know why I'm feeling a little comedy doing this. I might do some stand-up comedy. I might just try that shit. I got some funny shit in my life. And I don't even know if it's funny. That's why this is called Solid Vision. Because we got a lot of visions that are solid. And somebody might happen to like something and pop up something and want like a certain flavor. Because we got me starting Snake McDirt. Another personality is Junkie Bunky. He like to double up. Gotta keep it double. Gotta keep it double. Mr. Goldfish, he likes to bubble. If I ain't bubbling, I ain't doing it. If I can't bubble, I ain't doing it. And bubble don't necessarily mean it has to be a whole lot. Just I gotta bubble. And then my last part is Mike Cream. Ha 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 ha. That ice cream, Mike Cream. That shit'll make the Mike Cream. And hope the girls scream. And then we get off stage, get the brothers dap. Know what I mean? Go home crispy clean. Wait for the ding ding ring ring. To go that money. That's that green. Let's take care of each other, man. We love you, man. Heavenly Father, we thank you for allowing us to make this video. And we thank you for the people who watched this video, who hung out for the whole hour. It's 144, the DNA. And we are out of here at 144. We out. We out. Come on, we out. At 144. We are out. We are out. Shit. 144, we out. God damn. Shit, don't want to close out. And we out. It's some bullshit.